All right, let's go ahead and call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. It is 9:30 a.m. If we could get a roll call from the clerk.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who will join us shortly, and Supervisor Lopez, who is absent today attending a conference.
All right, are there any additions or corrections for our closed session today?
No additions or corrections.
All right, we have closed session item number 1A. Let's see, is there any public comment on our closed session? We don't have anyone in chambers right now, and it appears there's nobody online. So we will close public comment on our closed session item, and we will recess for closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30 to reconvene for open session. I know. All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. It is Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. Could we get a roll call by our clerk?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who is attending a conference.
All right, thank you. And can we get an announcement of our Spanish interpretation services by Diego Salas, who I believe is with us online today.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We're happy to have you with us today. Next, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I could ask Shane Strong from County Council to lead us in the pledge today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under love, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Shane. Moving on to additions and corrections.
There are none.
All right, and we'll move right along to our ceremonial resolutions today. We have, I believe, items 2 through 6 for our ceremonial resolutions. Is there any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions? Seeing no one in audience and no hands raised online, we will bring it back to the board for action. We have a motion from Alejo.
Second.
Second from Church. We'll take all in favor? Aye. Aye. All right, motion approved. And we have 2 presentations today. The first is to present a resolution honoring the County of Monterey's employees for consistently providing excellent public service. On behalf of Supervisor Lopez, I will be presenting this resolution to our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa. So we'll step down for that. There we go. Okay. All right. So it's my honor today to present a resolution recognizing our Monterey County employees on their exceptional service here in our community. Whereas National Employee Appreciation Day was established in 1995 and is celebrated annually on the first Friday in March. Is it March yet? We're not quite there yet, huh? And National Employee Appreciation Day provides organizations an opportunity to acknowledge, commend, and celebrate the hard work and contributions of their employees. The County of Monterey proudly joins this national initiative and proclaims March 7th as National Employee Appreciation Day. Whereas the ongoing contributions of over 5,000 employees are essential to the County of Monterey's ability to serve our residents, the employees of the County of Monterey have garnered the trust of our community and through a range of vital services that we provide to individuals and businesses. Whereas the employees of the County of Monterey utilize their diverse talents and true dedication, they strive to provide superior and courteous services to those served. Whereas the employees of the County of Monterey are dedicated to the maintenance and improvement of our infrastructure, the collective well-being and safety of those we serve, the preservation of the environment's natural beauty, and support and encourage the diversity of our county. Whereas we express gratitude and appreciation to Monterey County employees and salute them for enriching the lives of our more than 420,000 residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors in and for the County of Monterey proclaim March 7th, 2025 to be National Employee Appreciation Day. And be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors in and for the County of Monterey hereby encourage all of our departments and members of our community to join in this observance, recognizing the dedication and hard work of our county workforce. And I will present this to Sonia De La Rosa, our county CAO, on behalf of our county workforce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It's truly an honor for the third year now to receive this on behalf of the county employees. We are 5,000 strong, and truly when we come together, we are extraordinary in the work that we do across the county, serving areas as far south as the southernmost South County communities up to the Bajaro communities and out into the coast area. Truly, truly appreciative of everything our employees do. Today, this happens to acknowledge a day or a week in March, but we truly acknowledge their extraordinary work throughout the year. And so many of the folks that are in our community have been County of Monterey employees at one time or another. And the most beautiful piece is that you're willing to come back and help us whenever we call. So thank you so much for continuing to answer, not just during an emergency, but also just to keep our county going. So thank you. Somos el Condado de Monterrey. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Do we have someone to take a photo? Oh, we do. Okay, perfect.
More in the middle here.
Thank you. All right, and next up, I'm going to welcome our Monterey County Black Caucus members who are with us today. Thank you all for joining. Come on up. And we have our next resolution honoring the Monterey County Black Caucus during Black History Month. We'll fill our space here. And I'm going to pass this to you to hold. All right. You guys can see the cameras up in the front there, so that's what we're looking at. Okay, very good. All right. All right. It's my honor and pleasure to be here today, standing in front of my colleagues on the board and our entire community, presenting this resolution in honor of in honor of the Monterey County Black Caucus during Black History Month. Whereas the Monterey County Black Caucus is an advocate for equity, empowerment, and advancement of the Black community in Monterey County, working to promote education, civic engagement, and economic opportunity and social justice. Whereas since its founding in August 2020, the Monterey County Black Caucus has played a pivotal role in fostering leadership, strengthening community ties, and advocating for policies that uplift and empower historically marginalized populations. Whereas the Monterey County Black Caucus consistently provides a platform for civic participation, leadership development, and mentorship, inspiring future generations to become active contributors in our communities. Whereas the Monterey County Black Caucus, through their commitment to social justice and advocacy, has worked and continues to work to ensure that Black voices are heard and that all individuals have access to equal opportunities to thrive. Whereas Black History Month is a time to honor the rich cultural heritage, achievements, and contributions of African Americans throughout history. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Monterey, the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and all of our residents, honors the Monterey County Black Caucus for your invaluable contributions to the county through your continued leadership, your advocacy, and your service, not just during Black History Month, but during every month of the year. Be it further resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors encourages all of our residents to join us in recognizing and celebrating the vital role that the Monterey County Black Caucus plays in fostering equity, empowerment, and opportunity for all residents of our community. Thank you so much for the work that you do, and it's my honor to share and present this resolution celebrating our Black residents and our Black history and our Black future here in Monterey County. So thank you, and I will pass the microphone over to who wants to speak. We didn't prep this.
We didn't prep. Thank you so much. Thank the Board of Supervisors for this resolution, for the acknowledgement. And I will just say, in addition to all these wonderful whereas mentions, that Black History is more than just a month. Black history is American history. We know that our country was built on the backs of Blacks, and so it is always important that our visibility and our voice is heard, and that the work that we have done, the contributions that we have made are not erased. And so by you honoring us today, it keeps our history alive and well. And so we do what we do for not just ourselves, for our children, grandchildren, and generations to come. And we know that when Black people are lifted up, then all people are lifted up. And so again, thank you for honoring us today.
Thank you, Rosalind. Thank you again for all of the work that you're doing, and we appreciate you. All right, it's always such an honor to have folks from the community come into our chambers and join us. So thank you all for being with us today. And again, another just sincere appreciation to all of our county employees for the work that you do day in and day out. We are here because of the work that you do. Moving along, we will go to our appointments. We have one appointment today, item 7. Is there any public comment on appointments?
There are a couple hands raised.
All right, we have a few hands raised for appointments. This is item 7. We'll call on hands down for appointments. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for appointments. I'll move approval from Alejo.
Second.
Second from Daniels. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, approved. Thank you. We can move on to our consent calendar. This is items number 19 through 38. And I will note that I believe item 37 requires a 4/5 vote. We'll go to public comment for the consent calendar. So anyone in audience we'll start with for public comment for the consent calendar.
Good morning. I'm Eloise Shem, and I wanted to comment on number 22 on the consent calendar of Monterey County Free Libraries. So I really think that I've worked for the Monterey County Free Libraries before, and I think that they should be allocating more money for things that have to do with non-food items, for things like the databases. They used to have the online database for genealogy, looking up things about your genealogy, and they discontinued that because it was too expensive. And there's a lot of programs for the children to have food at school. They don't need to be fed at the library. I don't think the library should be a child care center. There's a lot of money that's allocated for child care, and I personally don't think that the library should be a place for child care, and that's really what you're advocating here. So, yeah, I think they should spend more on food for thought rather than food for the children who In Monterey County, I see a lot of obesity in childhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers for public comment on our consent calendar? All right, anyone online for public comment for our consent calendar items 19 through 38?
Phone number ending in 837.
The Trump administration is canceling all kinds of federal aid to things like feeding children. And we pay taxes into the federal government.
Sorry, which number is this that you're commenting on for consent items?
The one on the public library.
For the library?
Yeah, the library food for children.
Okay.
The Trump administration is canceling all kinds of federal funds that are given to the states for things like this. And so it's only going to hurt children all the more. And we pay taxes, and yet this dictator is saying you can't have your money. And, if you're going to cancel the not have food for poor children, there are poor children who are going hungry. They're not all obese. Maybe it shouldn't be at the library, but it certainly needs to be increased. That's what I'm saying, especially to offset the Trump administration's effort, because you're probably getting some federal funds to be used in the county. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Mayaka Velasquez.
And if you could just,
Yes. Hello. Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
we can, if you could just state the item number that you're commenting on, thank you. And then,
It's actually the same one. In regards to the library, my question was looking through what I could see of the information for this grant for providing lunch. Is this something that would actually extend into the summertime? Because if it is, then it is something that is needed, because of course school would not be in session. And so for the children that are going to the library, it may be good to have, even if it's just snacks for them to eat. So I wanted to kind of get clarity on that. Does this grant apply for just a certain period of time, or is it for the next year? Or, does it at least include basically summertime in regards to those lunches? And that is my question.
okay, thank you. And we don't typically do Q&A during public comment, but if you want to send an email to the board cob@countyofmonterey.gov, we can make sure that gets forwarded to the county librarian for a response. Is there any other public? And it should be in the staff report as well. Is there any other public comment online? All right, last call for public comment on our consent items. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any items to pull, or we'll consider a motion? Yeah.
Just a brief comment on one, and I'm not going to pull it. It's just item 30, item 35, I believe it is. It's the Monterey County Fish and Game Advisory Commission. It's somewhat of an overlooked commission. I think it's pretty close to being full, but it usually has a hard time finding applicants. And it actually has a very good role, and they give out a lot of small, I would almost call them micro grants in some way, for a lot of programs for protection, conservation, propagation, and preservation of fish and wildlife resources. And I just wanted to kind of point that out, particularly since it's sometimes hard to find people who sit on that commission.
Great, thank you for the comment. Any other comments from the board, or we'll consider a motion? So
Second.
moved by Alejo, second by Church. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right, consent calendar is approved. We'll move right along to general public comments. Thank you for joining us today for general public comments. We'll open it up to those in chambers first. Anyone in chambers for general public comment, you can approach the microphone.
My name is Paola Bertoin. I live in Mid-Carmel Valley, and I'm here today. Actually, I didn't expect to be so taken by what has happened in our community. But this beautiful building, which was built in 1895, was burnt down 2 nights ago. And as a community, we were hoping to preserve it for generations to come. And this was built for the community and by the community in 1895 by leading families of Carmel Valley. And most recently, people in the community worked to try and preserve it in place, again, for future generations. So I'm here on behalf of all of those people, in addition to the Carmel Valley Association, who worked so hard to bring awareness to the importance of this building to Mid-Carmel Valley history as well as Monterey County history. There is, fortunately, we got a historical report done of it, so at least that's on file, and we hope to put up a marker with interpretive signage as to what has been lost here 2 nights ago. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Nancy Russell, and I live in Moss Landing Heights in Moss Landing. It isn't very high, but it is very populated, and we are within a mile of the battery fire. Last week was the second time that, well, this, I don't know, 5th time maybe for a fire, but there was a flare-up, and during that we learned that this could happen any time. One of the things that we're concerned about in Moss Landing is that we have not been tested. The testing that's happened has been everywhere else, it seems, but not in our area. We would like to have testing. And also, in general, we have disagreement on what the test results are. And there are people, I think the public is generally confused between scientists from the Marine Lab and scientists from the county. And that needs to be straightened out. We already have businesses that are threatened. The Hot Enchilada has closed, and the family who owns Hot Enchilada has been involved in Moss Landing for many years, and staff who'd been with them for 30 years has been let go because they cannot live with this kind of uncertainty. Flare-ups, we are told, can happen at any time. And so I just want that to be in the record that Moss Landing Heights was a particular area that needs to be tested. It's the closest neighborhood to the battery, to the power plant, and it's within a mile. So I'd like that recorded, and also that our businesses need consistent, all of us need consistent testing and information. Public is not aware, and many of the businesses, including the hotels, are threatened. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for your comments today. Is there anyone else in chambers for public comment?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Vice Chair. My name is Christian Thornley. I work for WM. I've met a few of you around town and around the county. I'm here today because, with the new contract, we want to do a better job of letting the board know of what we're doing in the community and how we're helping. My job is outreach and education, so I'm working with local businesses, community events, and education with schools. I wanted to talk about a project that we're working on currently. I've got minute 23 to talk about it, but we're working currently with Tannemer and Ansel, their facility on Spreckles Road. I want to give them credit because they reached out to us, and they've got 800 employees that live on that facility on Spreckles Road, and they're all coming back in the next few weeks. So we're working very closely with them to prepare their apartments for the season, and make sure everybody in that facility is trained and has the proper tools to be successful in their sorting throughout the summer and beyond. I did want to, while I'm here, this is the first time I've presented, and I will be back, but I wanted to give a lot of credit to the county. I've worked for WM in a different county, and the partnerships down here are really strong, and I really appreciate it. 3 names I like to call out: Karina Alcala, Melissa Rangel, and Stephanie Chacon are a pleasure to work with the environmental health team. And SVR, I know a few of you sit on the board at SVR and Regen, great partnerships, and I really appreciate it. So I wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for stopping by and introducing yourself. We look forward to working with you. All right, next up.
Good morning, supervisors. I am a resident, I'm Tanya Rivera. I'm a resident of Elkhorn and have been impacted by the Moss Landing battery fires. I'm writing to request that the county prepare a full environmental impact report for the demolition and cleanup of the hazardous Moss Landing battery fire site, and a third-party contractor hired by Vistra but not vetted by Vistra to oversee that project and report not only to the county but to the community also. We're all eager to get all the lithium-ion batteries out of Moss Landing. It was recently reported that crews are beginning the process of disconnecting batteries, which could soon be followed by the demolition and removal of toxic materials. Who's doing this, and under what guidance? Will we be safe during this process? Were permits issued, and by what agencies? It's time for transparency and public input. Please prepare a full environmental impact report for the demolition and cleanup with a public comment period and hearings. The disturbance of the site and removal of damaged batteries will create a significant hazard that must be fully mitigated. Impacts to the public or environment include those from the transport and potential release of hazardous materials, as well as impacts to biological resources and air quality. The mitigated negative declaration published in support of the Moss Landing Phase 1 project approval stated that there would be no environmental impacts and no adverse human health impacts. Those statements were blatantly false, and to promote full public transparency, I'm therefore also requesting a third-party contractor be hired by Vistra to oversee the health problems and report to the county and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can also take a copy of any written comments that you have if you want to email those to us for the record. Thank you. And we'll take next up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joanne Guerrero. I live about 4 miles inland from the Moss Landing power plant. I want Vistra out of Moss Landing. They've had their chance, chances. Remove all their batteries, not just the ones that are in that Phase 1. They simply can't be trusted. It's only after all this happened that I did a little research and found out they're one of the worst industrial polluters in the country. Come on, guys. They would never have checked the heavy metal concentrations on my street. We're just outside the evacuation zone. It's only thanks to my heroes, the community neighbors at Never Again Moss Landing, that I found out that my street has the highest heavy metal concentrations in the entire area tested. My husband and I are starting to think about downsizing from our very large house and 5-acre property. Who wants to buy our house? Not now. Now, I do think that battery storage is an important part of our country's energy future. However, the only way we can let it be part of my community is if we can see with a real-time test that battery fires, even those in that quote-unquote thermal runaway, can be quickly and safely extinguished. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Struby, and I live on Campagna Terrace, which is 3.5 miles from Vistra. The way we found out about the first fire is seeing the flames out the window. We weren't in the evacuation zone, and so we thought, okay, the wind isn't coming our way. We could see the plume, and we could see where it was. It did come overnight. The wind changed directions and did come overnight over our house. It was low in the fog. We had all the different kinds of smells, like burnt plastic. I'm not sick, by the way. This is my voice changed, and and I keep hoping it's going to go back. We had the chlorine smell. We had a sweet smell. We had different smells. I've had ongoing health stuff for a month. When the new fire started, we left town so that I could have a break and not have more of it. I was on the upswing. My liver enzymes were going back down. And we came back, and I thought, okay, it missed the house. But on Saturday, I went up to the back side of our property. There was a very sweet chemical smell for about 100 feet that I walked. I kept trying to tell myself, it's not here. That fire was days ago. And it sent me back to the emergency room. The headache came back, whatever. Anyway, they can't test me for benzenes, which is what the doctor thought it might be, because I would have to go to the Mayo Clinic to get tested for that. I didn't get tested for the heavy metals early on because I saw people with burns on them, and I thought, well, I have mild symptoms. I just want to finish with yesterday, my husband, who is a 2-time cancer survivor, who just wants this to not be real, came back inside and said the pool has got a film over it, oil-looking film. So I just want to say I'm so frustrated with everyone saying there's nothing coming out of that smoke. It is. It's coming out.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in chambers today? Yeah, if you could approach the front. We've got a bunch of folks online as well, so we're going to try to work our way through everyone.
I'm Bonnie Gray. I live on Walker Valley Road. I'm Joe's neighbor, so we were both just on the edge of the evacuation zone. We were told to keep our windows shut and vents closed. Friday, a heavy chemical smell hung in our yard. I got a strong metallic taste in my mouth, and my housemate had burning eyes and a sore throat. Weeks later, I got the same taste and a headache when I was working in the pasture, and a second time when I was pulling weeds. I'm not aware that our street has been tested still, even though later we learned, thanks to Never Again Moss Landing, that our street had tested significantly higher for heavy metals than anywhere else. I'd like to know why we don't have answers as to what we were exposed to. Why are we repeatedly told that the air is safe when we can smell the chemicals? Why isn't more testing being done? When will our soil be safe? And what are we exposed to daily? And what about the farm workers and the animals in slough? I would like Vistra to go. This was unnecessary, and it didn't need to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy, I'll keep it short. I'm Brian Roeder with Never Again Moss Landing. I know that you guys are very aware of this issue and you're trying really hard to find solutions. Having been in the middle of this now for 5 weeks, it's extraordinary to see the impacts upon our community. I know you're aware of that. They're real. They are real. We didn't coordinate on the messages you've just heard. I haven't asked for you, and maybe you've done this, but if you've done it, I need you to talk about how to do it again. I need you to get John Laird here. I need you to get John Laird here. He always says he has direct access to the governor. Perhaps you're getting a lot of support from the state. I don't see it. I don't believe that it is meaningful in the way that we need it. Our community needs state resources. You need state resources. And you're the ones that he's going to listen to, because we've been calling, we've been emailing, we've been texting. Now, we just sent out a notice about the town hall meeting on Monday. You'll be hearing about it too. And someone from his office responded to that because it was pretty clear there's going to be a lot of unhappiness at that meeting. But that's just the beginning. Please work together, Help him understand how important it is that he gets here and starts helping this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel Piekarski. Buenos días, soy Isabel Piekarski. I like Joanne. I also would like Vistra out of our community. I live in Prunedale. However, I have gotten a headache since this happened. I'm very thankful for Brian, his wife, and Supervisor Church that I have taken such a stand on this matter. I would like to know where are the people, the politicians that claim to be environmental or pro-environment, like the Panettas and Governor Gavin Newsom. This issue should have never happened. I don't know who in the right frame of mind allowed this or allow them, to store batteries. We're not talking about a couple of batteries. There are 100,000, the biggest storage in the world that most people don't know about. This is a sanctuary and right next to the slough, and very close to some elementary schools that should have never, and like I said, it should have never been allowed. We would like to know who approved this and why, and what are the government and all levels going to do about it. Me gustaría saber qué va a hacer el gobierno a todos los niveles acerca de este asunto que nunca debería haber pasado. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Well, good morning. My name is Kenny. I'm going to talk about the Moss Landing power battery storage. My hope is that the county government will be able to create laws and regulations that would be equal to the state so that you folks will be able to control what happens there at the facility. It's important that we have those regulations in place. I don't think we're having it right now, so that we'll be able to regulate when they want to increase their facility or maybe make changes to their facility. And maybe sometime in the future, that facility becomes obsolete, so that the government will be able to say that no, you have to shut it down. Thank you. Appreciate it. I checked my spelling. It was incorrect.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Marshall. I'm a Prunedale resident. My wife, unfortunately, couldn't be here. She's working, but she did have, when the system blew up and started raining toxic, now we know for sure, chemicals and heavy metals. She had taste in her mouth and had some reactions to that and continued to do so for a period of time. Thanks to the Never Again Moss Landing group, which I'm a part of, we've done a lot of research, hands-on, trying to find where there might be heavy metals. We took an advanced, not just our location, my mother-in-law's location, but we went outside the county to a few other locations, and all of those locations, including ours in Prunedale, which is about 10 miles away from the plant, all had heavy metals. So it's concerning. We have a farm, we have animals, we have our life, and it's really, really concerning. Also, I appreciate Supervisor Church and the interest of this board, but I do think that it needs to elevate. Perhaps it needs to even go to the national level of concern. Perhaps contact the new EPA director for that. But I'm also wondering, where's Gavin Newsom? What kind of governor doesn't really show up? Why do we not hear anything about that from our Representative Panetta? It's really disconcerting altogether. It seems like there's a hidden agenda that's not being addressed, and the support that's needed needs to be rooted out. And I believe you are an impetus to help pull that. Not that you're the cause or anything, but you could help pull the other parties to the table, because this is not a minor issue. And we don't know what the health impacts of all the heavy metals on my property are, or any of the communities. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bridget Butler. I live in Prunedale. I'm aware of the issues going on with the battery, how these companies, they're popping up like mushrooms. I don't think the technology will be going away, but I think we need to look at how they're getting in to the smaller communities through the unincorporated areas, that they don't have to comply to the regulations that would normally be maybe stopping some of this disasters from happening. Another issue is with when the EPA and the air quality control are saying everything's okay, but close your windows, keep your doors closed, and stay inside. That's confusing and frustrating at that same time, because then we never hear that it's okay to actually go out. This is the third time that I've experienced this, and whether they need to upgrade their equipment to match with what's going on it makes me wonder about the politics that are involved with that, to tell people that it's okay when it's really not, when we're experiencing all the physical effects of the outfall. And thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in chambers today? And if there's anyone else, if you could just move to the front, because we do have some folks online we're going to have to work our way through as well. Thanks. And if anyone online has public comment, if you could raise your hand now so that we can make sure we don't miss anyone.
My name's August. I live off of Starway in Royal Oaks. I'm about 4 miles away from the power plant. The day of the original fire, we didn't get any kind of notice that there was anything happening until about 8:30 in the evening. My whole house was wide open and the wind's blowing right at us. So, I mean, I didn't get any kind of notification until way after the fire had occurred. And then same thing with this most recent flare-up. We weren't notified at all that there was a fire burning. And again, I had my windows open. It's a nice day out. And ever since, my whole family's been having health issues, headaches, taste in their mouth. My children all have elevated levels of magnesium in their blood. And the doctors are just kind of writing it off. And they just sent me a general notice from the Department of Health saying that everything's okay. And I don't think it is. Part of that notice said that we were advised to stay in our homes and close the windows and to wear respirators. I never saw anything about having to wear a respirator in my house. How can you guys say that everything's okay and the air quality's fine, but also we have to wear respirators in our home? It doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm concerned and I'm upset that this happened in the first place, and I don't know what to do. You know, we have farmland, we have animals. I have a cat that's starting to have blood come out of her eye. So I don't know if that's related, but that's never happened before. So yeah, this is definitely something that needs more attention from our elected officials, from the governor to our reps and our senators. Yeah, we can't just sweep this under the rug like it's just another day, because it's not. And this is still ongoing. Like, it's been said that it's contained, but what does that mean? It's not out. Contained doesn't mean that the fire's been put out. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Last call for public comment in chambers. All right, we're going to move to public comment on Zoom.
Mayaka Velasquez.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Let me try this again.
Can't hear you, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to speak based on my two roles in this community, of course, as a community member, but then also as a board member. So the first thing I'd like to speak about is we are having our prom drive. It's our annual prom drive event. It's the upcycled prom closet that is going to take place on March 8th. And we are still in need of clothing donations in regards to formal wear, so dresses and gowns and or suits and tuxedos. And then we're also looking for raffle prizes. So that could include restaurant gift cards, services for hair and nails, anything that our high school students would use in preparation for prom or, on prom evening. So I am hoping that, we can get the community behind this. This is our last initial drive. We have gotten some sponsors in regards to food. We have a DJ for the event. Everything's going to take place March 8th at the Oldermeyer Center in Seaside. So now that I'm done with that, and I did send that to the clerk of the board so that could go out to all of the board of supervisor trustees. Now speaking as a community member, there are two comments I'd like to make. First, there is a family that I have been trying to assist and connect with resources. They are currently unhoused. It includes a veteran and then also a child that has special needs that was taken from the family. And now the family does not know where that child is other than the city they were told the child was in, but they have not been able to see her for months and have no clue where she is. They are in need of housing resources and just basically daily resources to survive. And so I'm hoping that the mother of the family is able to get on Zoom. I don't know if she was or not, but I'm hoping that she'll be on Zoom today also. But I said I was going to mention that just in case she wasn't able to get on. And then my last comment is in reference to the Moss Landing fire. I volunteered for many years before becoming a school board member for Evangelist Stone concerning the four-door cleanup. And this basically is like a flashback to all the health impacts and environmental impacts
We
of
are
that.
over time. I'm sorry. But please do send an email. And I do want to follow up with you regarding the comments that you just made. So if you could send an email to our office, we want to make sure we follow up directly. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much.
And we'll move on to phone number ending in 837.
Hello, Brian Rosen here. Guess what I'm holding in my hand right now? A copy of the Constitution of the United States of America. I wonder how you have read it. It's nice.
All right, that was...
Hello.
Please continue, Brian.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, please continue.
Yes. Okay, we the people of the United States, in order to establish a more perfect union, establish justice. That's important. Justice is important. Ensure domestic tranquility, and I'm skipping over, promote the general welfare. So that's all the people that are calling you in. You have allegiance to the Constitution to promote their welfare and secure the blessings of liberty. And we have this wonderful Constitution of the United States, which so many like you take an oath to maintain. Unfortunately, right now in the federal government, there's a man who was supposedly elected president, but a hell of a lot of black people down in Georgia, for example, were removed from the voting rolls, even a person who knew Martin Luther King, an elderly person. And so that's all called into question the more we look into it. But what he's declaring himself a king, long live the king. And this is very dangerous. He's doing illegal, unconstitutional acts, and he's taking Congress only has the power in the purse. He's illegally cutting out agencies and unconstitutionally cutting out agencies that only Congress has power over. And this is very dangerous. He's appointed the head of the military. He thinks he has absolute power, and it's going to affect all. It could affect all of you. So I think you really probably should do a resolution demanding.
Brian, we are out of time. Thank you for your comments and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Next up, we have Brad Watson. Thank you for joining us, Brad.
You can hear me, I hope, correct?
We can. Thank you for joining us. We've got you, Brad.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, Vice Chair Rude Askew and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Brad Watson. I'm the Senior Director of Community Affairs at Vistra. Thanks for having me back to provide an update on the ongoing work at Moss Landing. This past Saturday, under the direction of the U.S. EPA, Vistra began the delinking process for undamaged batteries remaining in the Moss 300 building. The delinking process creates a safer and more stable condition for the batteries by removing the electrical connections between the battery modules and racks. This significantly reduces the risk of individual batteries interacting with each other, reducing the risk of fire as the cleanup process continues. Safety is our top priority, and to this, the U.S. EPA and Vistra have developed specific procedures that will be followed, and workers have completed special training to enter the building and do this work. Further, the North County Fire Protection District is overseeing all of this activity. The delinking work is expected to take approximately 2 weeks and will target approximately 1/3 of the total remaining battery modules at the site. This is just the first step in what will be a long, deliberate, and methodical cleanup process. Other areas of our response efforts are ongoing as well. Also occurring this past Saturday, the Community Foundation of Monterey County held its latest in-person assistance distribution event for households that were temporarily evacuated due to the fire. We're pleased to report that 435 families have claimed their assistance so far, the vast majority of those asked to evacuate. The Community Foundation continues to work closely with its nonprofit partners to identify those who may have been impacted. Separately, the business claims process remains available for impacted businesses. We have received more than 50 applications so far, and this is an ongoing process. Checks have already begun to go out. The natural gas plant was unaffected by the fire and has been returned to service in recent days. Both remaining battery facilities remain shut down, and there is no immediate plans to return them to service at this time. Our focus remains on delinking the remaining batteries, continuing our ongoing analysis of the incident.
Brad, I'm sorry, but we're out of time. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and please, for any additional comments, you're welcome to send those to the board directly for the record at cob@countyofmonterey.gov. All right, we're moving on to Michelle Clary.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we've got you. We can hear you. Thanks, Michelle.
Okay, just wanted to, again, there's some issues around our community. I live in Royal Oaks. Again, we were right behind the evacuation area. We're seeing a lot of helicopters that aren't on any kind of flight schedule hovering over properties very low, like right over the ukes. Again, we have a large amount of livestock in this area. So it would be nice if it's the EPA or if it's county or whatever government officials are flying over our properties, that we get some kind of heads up, because it does scare animals. We don't know what's going on here. So we'd like a little bit of acknowledgement of what's happening. Second goes to this reignition of the Vistra plant fire. The announcements were even worse than the first time. I had talked many times about when we have a chemical fire with reignition, it's not the same as a fire. We have animals, right? So when everybody else is locked inside, our animals and livestock are out breathing it. They're getting ill, they're getting sick, we're having issues. And I'm tired of everybody saying there's no problems with the air quality. There are problems. A lot of residents are having problems. Our animals are having problems. We need that mitigation, that permit, the mitigation like was brought up. They are not meeting the 4 requirements. This permit needs to stop. They should not reissue out. We are in a coastal area with coastal fog that sits deep in these marine layers that come into our properties. They will ignite batteries. It's seawater. It's a lot of problems here. Please do not allow this to continue. We need this cleanup. Yes, we need to get this toxic material out of here. We can smell it. You could smell it down by the power plant, whether it's asbestos in the building, whether it's the chemicals, whether it's off-gassing. It has to be removed. And we need to see how they're going to do it and where it's going. But we cannot have this kind of technology here, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to Linda and then Latre. Got Linda Vasquez Lopez, followed then by Latre Sahi.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Able to hear me?
Thanks, Linda. Please proceed.
Yes, my name is Linda Vasquez Lopez. I am a resident of Moss Landing, Petra Road, and I have been there for 60 years. This is our family home, and during our years of Moss Landing, we have never had any incident of this kind. You don't understand how this has rocked my life in ways you will never understand. This home is my investment, and I see who is going to want to live in Moss Landing after this. What am I going to do? I'm at an age where I was planning on selling this house to move somewhere where I could retire. I wear my mask as I leave my home and as I have severe asthma and can't take the chance of becoming ill, as I have an unrelated medical issue that requires me to have immediate surgery. Since the fire, I have not allowed my dog outside. How can I ensure that the soil, the grass is not going to danger my dog, but my family as a dog will bring in these particles? Someone needs to take responsibility. Who is going to stand up for us? This was a community that I've loved for over 60 years, and I just see it falling apart. It's a sad, sad situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to Latre Sahi.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, my name is Shamika Jenkins. I'm the unhoused family that was spoken on. My husband is a veteran. I'm a survivor of domestic violence twice. I came to Monterey County to get away from the first situation, and unfortunately, I became a survivor of domestic violence out here as well. My children were taken because we've been unhoused. One of the reasons we have a terminally ill special needs daughter I haven't seen in several months. I've been asking for help from the county. I don't get anywhere with CPS. She's in Bakersfield. I don't know where she's at. The court, because I tried to relocate for the domestic situation in Monterey County, used it against me because I tried to move somewhere else for the safety of my daughter that I still have with me. I feel like I'm not being heard, unfortunately, because of the color of my skin. And I'm just asking for help with any kind of assistance. Us living in the car, we've been living in the car for 2 years now. And I'm just trying to get help. That'll be it.
Okay, thank you for your comment. And we do have our staff currently reaching out to Maika. So if you can follow up with her, and we'll make sure that we have someone follow up with you directly.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to Zoom user, and then we'll take phone number ending in 705. This will be the last call for public comment on Zoom. So Zoom user, you're up next. We're calling Zoom user for public comment. Right, we're going to move on to phone number ending in 705 for general public comment. And this will be last call for general public comment. Phone number ending in 705.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. I just want to say that Supervisor Daniels' office concerning an incident that happened to me with MST, what I wanted to say and was so rushed for words to say was that after Claudia, Supervisor Daniels' assistant, got back to me concerning this issue, I didn't hear from her or her office that anything was getting resolved. But Claudia was excellent in trying to reach out to me initially and has since my last statement trying still to resolve this issue. Concerning the battery fires, truth be told, our vegetables are contaminated by the battery fires for eons. There are no studies available how long plants have time to uptake these heavy metals from the soil completely. The food basket of the world is ruined. So much for EVs being green. Mass transit is urgent, and it's being gutted by TAMC and MST. I'm witness to this because I use it regularly. Elon Musk is gutting the EPA because EVs are his baby. To protect yourselves, don't eat vegetables from this area ever, and PG&E should compensate the farmers from this area for as long as it takes for plants to uptake these heavy metals until they are gone. Remember East Palestine and Ohio, where EPA lied to the public citizens that they were safe. We cannot trust EPA. It's gutted by Elon Musk. It was gutted before Elon, and Americans must be responsible.
This couldn't have happened in the worst
Sorry,
time.
hold on just a moment. We have, yep, thank you.
And still talking, please. Americans must be responsible for their own pollutions. Please use mass transit and less EVs and cars and become active in local issues. Our lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Lorna. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised on Zoom, and we did 2 last calls for public comment. So we're going to go ahead and close general public comment at this time. And move on to item number 10, which is, and thank all of you for being here today, and thank you for sharing your very personal stories. We do have another item related to Moss Landing that will be heard at lunch. It's item number 13. We do expect item number 12 to be continued, so we expect that item number 13 will be heard very close to 1:30, maybe just shortly after 1:30. So if you're looking for a time certain, it's going to be very close to 1:30. So you can plan on that. All right, we're moving on to item number 10, which is a public hearing, and it looks like we've got Craig Spencer and potentially our assistant planner, Christina Vu. We'll give you the floor for a couple of minutes to present, and we have 2 items scheduled before our 12 o'clock lunch break, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I am filling in for Christina Vu, who could not be here today. I will try and make this quick. Can you please share the presentation on the screen? I'll run through it quickly. This is a project application for property at 36,000 Red Wolf Drive in the Carmel Land Use Plan area. The zoning for the property is watershed and scenic conservation, 80 acres per unit in the coastal zone. It is an amendment to a previously approved permit to allow the addition of a 513 square foot guest house, a pool, some patios and walkways, solar panels, and a driveway relocation. The driveway relocation and solar panels do necessitate as well an amendment to a conservation and scenic easement, which is why this item is before the board today. There's a history to the permitting here. It goes back to the late 90s when a large home was built, permitted to be built on this property. It did get appealed to the Coastal Commission. There were some changes and revisions over time that reduced the size of the home and associated improvements and some extensions to that permit as well. This particular amendment would add the art studio, pool, and guest house, as well as some roof-mounted and ground-mounted solar systems, and move the driveway. This screen illustrates that those improvements, the home essentially remains where it was previously permitted at a smaller size. The driveway now is shown as an existing driveway. It has been built that way. It was previously going through the area where the approved solar array is now. So the image on the left here shows the conservation and scenic easement that was part of the original approval outside of the development footprint. The rest of this large property would be within a scenic easement. The existing easement goes through where the solar array is. That was because that was where the driveway was to be located. Instead, the driveway was placed further to the south. So the image on the right shows the revised conservation and scenic easement. It is, it says reduction, but it's a 32,000, almost 33,000 or 3,300 square foot increase in the amount of area that's covered with the conservation and scenic easement. Again, this did go through the planning or the Coastal Commission. I won't get into this too much, but the change in the driveway relocation was permitted with a minor permit, and the Coastal Commission staff wanted to see it officially amended with an amendment action, which is part of the permit today. These are some photos of the site that are under construction and grading for the improvements, including the home and driveway, and the location on the right here of where the guest house would be located. The guest house and a couple of improvements do increase the impacts to Manzanita and Chaparral on the site. That increase is about 12/100ths of an acre. Using the mitigation measures and the prior conditions of approval for the previous approved permits. We are maintaining the 2-to-1 ratio for areas impacted, the Chaparral communities impacted by the project. This takes the restoration requirement from about half an acre, which was double a quarter of an acre prior to a proposed restoration area of about 6.9 acres. I'm getting water mixed up. So there is an increase in the area that will be restored around the property as mitigation for the impacts. All the other mitigations and conditions remain the same, and an addendum has been prepared to the previously adopted environmental document to reflect the changes that are proposed today. With that, staff's recommending that the board consider the addendum to the previously adopted negative declaration, approve the amendments, and approve the amendment to the conservation and scenic easement. I'm available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I have a note here that the applicant requested time to speak as well. Is there brief comments from the applicant?
I have a short presentation.
Okay, yeah.
Yellow. Thank you.
Is 5 minutes enough for the presentation? We're talking a little bit of a timeline trying to get through another item before lunch as well. Okay, thank you.
5-6 minutes maximum. Okay. Well, good morning, Ms. Vice Chair and supervisors. My name is Tai Tang. I'm a principal architect at the Studio Shiktas, and we're representing the applicant today, and we have John Wonke, the biologist from Denise Duffy Associate, for any questions on revegetation or manzanita, as I mentioned before. And we also have Mr. Brownrigg, the client, here with us today. I want to thank Craig Spencer for the nice presentation you did, and I appreciate that you can allow me to do ours to clarify a few things. So 3600 Red Wolf Drive has an approved combined development permit that allows for a single-family home with attached garage and structures. Our amendment does seek for approval for the guest house, the pool, and pool solar. The solar is actually on the garage roof. And with the adjustment of the conservation easement, which is the most important topic today, I believe. Back in 2006, the original combined development permit was intended for the Bliss residence, so that was 19 years ago. If you can see the red here showing the conservation easement that was designed with the driveway intact. But after that, in 2008, Murphy's bought the Bliss residence. The conservation easement stayed the same, nothing changed. Then to 2019, the DeSantis brought this property again. So as you can see here on the right, we have the driveway was shifted to the outside of the easement, and the planning permit was approved by the county without an easement update. Now, in 2021, Brownrigg and Burchell, they purchased this property and started the main house construction per the approved combined development plan. During the amendment process for the guest house, the pool, and the site development, Coastal Commission and the county requested us to amend the conservation and scenic easement that would include the driveway. So this plan shows the previously approved easement in blue, and there's a utility exclusion. And as you can see, the driveway, as the DeSantis plan, never got included. So our amendment is to actually improve that by putting the driveway in. So this is the new proposed conservation easement adjustment. Our new easement outline keeps the utility exclusionary zone in blue, and we include the driveway. The new exclusion area totals at 41,226 square feet, which is 3,000 square feet less than the originally approved 44 scenic easement. That means the construction footprint for our site is now smaller. Then this is the this is the revegetation plan. The minimum requirement for the revegetation for this property is 0.525 acres. And this updated plan shows the proposed revegetation area of 0.696 acres. So that's exceeding the requirement by 0.171 acres. This is the landscape plan showing the magenta being the revegetation plan and the landscape plan working together. And this is the driveway landscape plan showing the purple, again, is the revegetation plan. So besides the conservation easement, we are asking for the amendment to add a guest house, the pool, and the solar panels. That's 675 square feet indicated on the garage top. So we have a, even though the guest house is 513 square feet, the livable area is 425 square feet, and we are adding a 1,041 square feet of pool as well as 5,300 square feet of extended patio walkway and path. So that's the site development. So this is a 3D image of the existing house that's been built and also the pool and the guest house. So the elevation development shows that the proposed guest house is situated well below the existing residence. It's cut into the hillside with a green roof, so it's tucked into the hill, not too visible. And it's also mostly subterranean. The overall height of the guest house, what we're requesting, is 12 feet high. So this concludes our presentation, and please let us know if there's any questions. Thank you very much.
All right, great. We'll bring it back to the board for any comments or questions. Okay, let's take it out to public comment first. Any public comment on this item? We'll see anyone in chambers. Seeing none, we'll see anyone online. I'm seeing no hands raised. We have a motion for approval from Alejo. Second. We have a second from Daniels. And we'll all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, unanimous approval. And we'll thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work, staff, and consider it approved. We'll move on to item number 11, which is a presentation from Deborah Wilson from Contracts and Purchasing and Jessica Amaska from Contracts Purchasing regarding our County of Monterey procurement manual to be included in our board policy manual.
Right, and we also have with us this morning Shane Strong from County Council.
Fantastic. And I'll just do a quick time check. It's about 11:50. We try to get a little lunch break at some point. So we'll just, I know we've got a lot to cover here.
It'll take us maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. And I know there's a lot to cover, and this is the first time we've had this come back to the board in quite a few years. So thank you so much for all the work that got us to here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Askew, to all the Board of Supervisors, and to the CAO and County Council. We're just really excited about bringing this to you. It's the current manual that sits on our website is from 2008, so it was past time. And I think we've tried to bring this forward in 2015 and 2017, and then with COVID and all of the other catastrophes that we've had declared emergencies, we weren't able to do it. So there's been many hands that have been in this, but this county council that we work with has been really successful in pushing us and helping us to get this forward before you. So that's why we wanted to bring it. And you can move on to the next slide. I'm not even looking at the slide because I was given 5 minutes. So we're going to of course, the benefits and the impacts, it's going to provide training and support to county staff. You know, we do have a procurement Contracts and Purchasing Academy that we teach 2 or 3 times a year, and also County Council is in tandem with that, and also with risk management. So this document really is going to ensure efficiencies in navigating the adherence to procurement policies and procedures. It's also going to establish a framework. Thank you, Jaime. You went ahead. I'll speed up. So we're also going to bring before you at some point where it is in progress the policy for federal grant procurements. We know that's another good reason for us to have this manual in place, and so that's going to be forthcoming. And so I just wanted to, again, talk about the collaboration between County Council and risk management. There is one thing that we wanted to ask or to bring to the board, and that is we do an annual report. We're going to be having one in April. And so just like the budget book, we wanted to be able to provide any nuances or anything that's happened or changed, within the year to the manual. So I guess the question and our comment is, do you want us to bring changes to the manual in between that time? I mean, if there's policies, we know that they have to be approved by the board. But other than that, other content changes, do you want those to be brought to you beforehand or on an annual basis? And we wanted to present that to the board.
All right, thank you for the presentation. That was brief.
See?
We'll bring it to the board for questions, comments from the CAO.
Thank you, team, for doing this and bringing us up to date. What I'd like to do, if it's a substantial change, I anticipate you would bring it separately. But if it's something that could be rolled up into the annual report, that would be best to just provide a couple updates, not, wording.
Okay.
Mostly just to get everybody up to speed and just point them back to the draft. In addition to that, just track the version.
Okay.
So, for example, this is probably version 2 or 1. So we just want to make sure we track it and date it so that folks will be able to reference that.
Okay. We appreciate that. So I just wanted to say that Jessica Mesqua is the really driving force behind this document, and also Shane Strong. So I wanted to give them their kudos while they're here in front of everybody. Thank you for listening.
Thanks. I did have one question, actually. In terms of the contracts purchasing and the academy, I know we've had some of our staff go through the academy, and it's been really helpful. So with the procurement manual, this will be sort of built in and embedded into the training that's offered as a way for county staff who are participating, who are engaged in contracts purchasing, to be able to reference back to the manual.
Sure. We also have standard operating procedures, and sure, it's going to sit on our website as soon as if you approve it, it'll be sitting on the website as well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Great. Well, let's open it up to public comment, see if there's any public comment on this item number 11, our Monterey County Procurement Manual. Seeing everyone rush the dais. All right, it looks like there's no public comment on this, so we will bring it back to the board for a motion. And did I hear a motion? So we've got a motion from Alejo.
Second.
A second from Church. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right, so approved. Thank you for the work. I know that one very quickly doesn't begin to demonstrate the amount of work that went into getting it done. So kudos to staff. Thank you for all the work. We appreciate it. Yep. All right. With that, we're going to recess for lunch. We will be back here at 1:30. As I mentioned, we do, I think, expect that item 12 will be continued. So we, for anyone who's wanting to be present for the Moss Landing ad hoc update, we do expect that will be heard close to 1:30. So we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thanks. Hey, here we go. All right. Pardon me. Welcome back to our board meeting of February 2025. It is 1:32, and we are going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors for our afternoon session. Could we get a roll call?
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly and Supervisor Lopez absent attending a conference today.
Great. And Supervisor Alejo will be back for the afternoon? Okay, so we're expecting Supervisor Alejo back soon. Okay, could we get our Spanish interpretation services announced? Thanks for being with us again, Diego.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Y favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 12, which is a public hearing that I believe we have Craig Spencer here to make an announcement.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. We are requesting that the board continue the hearing on the Harper Canyon project to April 15th. We have a request from the applicant as well as a request from interested parties to delay the hearing. The next available hearing date was April 15th, and I believe the applicant is agreeable to that date.
All right, do we need a motion to do so?
I think because it's a public hearing, you should have a motion to continue it to that date specifically.
All right, is there any public comment on this item? All right, seeing no public comment, we'll consider a motion.
I'll make a motion to move to the before-mentioned date.
April 15th. All right,
I'm happy to second.
fantastic. We have a motion from Church, a second from Daniels to continue item 12 to April 15th. All in favor? Aye. All right, so moved. Thank you. And with that, we will move on to item number 13, which is to receive recommendations from the ad hoc committee concerning the Moss Landing battery fire of January 16th, 2025, and provide direction as needed. We've got Susan Blitch from County Council to present.
Thank you, Chair. As this board knows, shortly after the Moss Landing battery fire, an ad hoc committee was convened consisting of Supervisors Church and Daniels to study the issues surrounding the fire and to make recommendations to this full board. The ad hoc is coming back with specific recommendations to the board, and for the record, I will read those recommendations. And there are 5 of them. They are that the county oppose any future indoor battery storage facilities, that the existing battery storage facilities within the county be brought up to the highest industry standards for battery storage facilities, including the use of newer and safer battery technology that may include non-lithium batteries, the possible use of alternative green energy storage, the use of the best fire suppression technology, and the use of the best fire prevention and containment technology. That Vistra work with county officials on remediation and recovery of damaged facilities to ensure safety for the public and the surrounding ecosystem. That the county urge the Vistra and PG&E battery storage operations to not resume until the cause of the January 16, 2025 fire has been determined and appropriate safety remediation measures have occurred, and that the county urge Vistra and PG&E to halt any expansion of existing battery storage facilities within the county of Monterey until current state legislation is passed ensuring better technology and safety measures at battery storage facilities are in place. And with that, I believe the ad hoc committee members may want to make a statement.
We'll pass it to our ad hoc committee.
All right, very good. Thank you, Supervisor Askew. The ad hoc committee was charged with coming back with some options that it could take for the county that would have to implement. And these recommendations right here are really very preliminary, and they will and they should change as things progress. But the simple fact is the county really doesn't hold a strong hand of cards when it comes to utilities such as Vistra or PG&E or pretty much any other. They're regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission, which regulates the operation and safety of all utilities. And we got to keep that in mind as we go forward. The state also allows this industry to bypass local ordinances. And that is AB 205, which was passed a few years ago. It allows a streamlining process that will permit a battery facility in just 270 days. The county process would take years. CEQA by itself is about a year. And those are really important considerations right now at this time. In terms of operation of this facility, in terms of future battery facilities coming in, or expansion of these facilities, we are unfortunate and we're not in a critical timeline where we have to take an action right now that we may not have the power to even hold, or maybe something that could even chase the industry into the hands of going through the streamlined process. Both Vistra and PG&E, I know, do want to expand, but Vistra has suspended their application, and PG&E hasn't even gone through the pre-application process. So this is all very early. We're not under any critical pressure on doing this. Yet it's what is really, really important is to make sure that we keep the discussion local and here, and that they don't go and utilize AB 205 and just bypasses it completely. I mean, that's what I'm seeing as what really, really is critical. So this 90-day period, as the county council referred to, is a little bit of a wait and see, which what happens with state legislation. The state legislation, in particular, AB 303, would give, which is Don Addis's bill, Assembly Member Don Addis's bill, will give control back to the local bodies, which they technically can be overridden at this point by the industry. At this point, the fate of that bill, nobody really knows. In 90 days, we're going to have a better idea of what that fate will be. And at that point, we're going to be able to understand exactly what we can do. Because the last thing I want to be doing at this point is giving direction to staff that in 90 days we find out that they can't fulfill. And I think that is, Supervisor Daniels, I'm sure we'll have some thoughts on here too, and some personal thoughts, maybe a sharing to here. But that's where I'm coming from in this recommendation from the ad hoc committee. But what I would like to do, in addition to what we're being proposed here, and I will make a motion for this later, is that we go through and continue to have public meetings such as this about once a month, in which we'll have updates on this incident until the cleanup is finished. I think that's important. It'll be out in the public. We have this information out there. We'll be able to address public's questions. And this needs to just continue ongoing until we have a cleanup finished onto this, because there are going to be questions that arise. Unfortunately, there may very well be another incident such as a fire we had last week. Hopefully, they're not large, that they're small. But I think we have to be prepared for the unexpected at this point because we are on uncharted grounds. So those would be my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. And it was my pleasure to sit on the ad hoc committee and be part of this discussion. Our charge was to make safety recommendations concerning the battery storage facility. I really, truly feel like we are still in the information gathering stage. You folks were in the room, many, many people in the room asking questions that we still don't have answers to. And so I think it's really important that we have a meeting like the one we're having today, where you get to be at the table and where all the board members are here and we get to have an open conversation in public. So I'm really happy we're doing this with all the supervisors present and with you at the table so we can get your questions answered. In regards to the recommendations of the ad hoc, I'm really pleased in particular with number one. We have as I said, we're in the information gathering stage. I can't be up here and claim I have any answers for any of you, but we do know from what we've learned so far that the idea of putting 100,000 modules of batteries inside a building is not a good idea. And so I'm really pleased with the recommendation number one that the county oppose all future indoor battery storage facilities. It just is a really bad idea. And it's also one that appears to not be industry standard anymore. So I'm pleased with that recommendation. And then really, putting the pressure on the industry in any way we can, and we don't know what that looks like yet, to ensure that whatever ends up in Monterey County again, and frankly, I'm hoping the state legislature, and I believe they are, is doing the same thing to ensure that any new facilities in existing facilities in California be brought up to current industry standards so we don't have dangerous situations in our community or in any community in California. Suppression technology, still don't have an answer for how do we put these fires out. It is really clear that letting them burn out is not acceptable. That can't be our solution. And so what fire suppression technology is out there, what exists that we can implement in Monterey County and ensure that we never have a situation like this again. Remediation. I'm very pleased with county environmental health and the health, the work of the Housing and Community Development Department, what they're doing to ensure that that Vistra cleans up this mess and makes sure that our environment is restored and all the damage is remediated. Again, I'm not an expert. I don't know what that's supposed to look like, but I know that we've got some good people in charge making sure that whatever steps are taken to recover from this crisis are successful and effective. Not resuming until the cause has been identified. Again, it is a horrifying situation that we still don't know what started this fire. So I'm glad that the ad hoc is making the recommendation that that no battery storage resumes until we know what happened. Because once we know what happened, we can start taking steps to ensure that it never happens again. But before that, we don't know what happened, and therefore it could easily happen again. And then halting the expansion of existing battery storage facilities until state legislation is passed. I feel confident that there are going to be new safety measures that they'll require that the industry will be required to abide by. It sounds like in the past they weren't even completely abiding by the legislation that existed. So this is our opportunity to really, as a county, I think people addressed us earlier this morning saying, we need you 5 to be pushing our state legislators. Well, this work that we've done so far is going to be our first response to our state legislators of what we want to see as a county. So I'm really happy with this first step. I heard you all this morning, and I think this is a step in the right direction. But again, want to reiterate that for me, sitting on this board, I very much still feel like I'm in the information gathering stage. I still have questions that have not been answered, and I'm sure you do too. So I think, it's really appropriate that we're here, all 5 of us, having these meetings and having you at the table in public. I'm really pleased, and I hope that's the future that this process takes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me bring it over to the rest of the board, and then we can take it out to public comment, and then bring it back for some direction.
All right. Well, it's hard to argue with the recommendations made. The first one, obviously, is what I raised when we had the last lengthy discussion on this topic. I raised that I thought the design of having so many units under the same roof was a flawed design that exacerbated this issue. I first asked the question how many modules were in the same building, and asked whether these were stacked on top of each other, which I think exacerbated the risk of a fire getting worse if one were to overheat and actually start burning. So I completely agree with that. And I even said, I think at the end of my comments, I think this is the end of those. We're going to have to phase these out. But it does raise the question on phase 2 of the Vista project, because there is a second indoor energy unit under the same roof. And the question is whether that will continue to operate at the end of all these other things are done. And I would say probably not. I would pose to Vistra, why turn on another similar indoor battery that could cause, probably not to the magnitude, because this is only 100 megawatt versus phase 1, the building that burned was 300 megawatts. It was three times the size. But if we know there's a risk with this design of so many modules under one roof, even if it's a third of the size, why allow this to operate? I think it's a risk for Vistra. It's a risk that we know already exists with this building that burned. Why have a repeat of the story? Why not be ahead of it, Vistra? I'm posing this question to its representatives that are listening. Why pose that risk? Whereas the industry has moved substantially in the last 5 years towards these outside, smaller containers unit. That was a tongue twister for me. Container units that are much lower risk. The second thing that has happened in the last 5 years is that the battery technology has dramatically improved, lesser risk of a fire. Even the chemistry of those batteries has changed, that has reduced the fire risk. So I think certainly those measures to not only just here, I think statewide, the standards through legislation should be using the best technology that could avoid these batteries from igniting in the first place. I think that's where the industry needs to move. The question that is often posed is whether this technology is here to stay. And I say, I think it is. Unfortunately, even with its flaws, it's the future of green energy. If we're trying to get off fossil fuels, if we're trying to invest in renewable energy, if we're trying to avoid the blackouts that we all lived through not too many years ago, where we had the roving blackouts throughout different parts of the state. Well, this technology, with investment in renewable wind, solar energy, is intended to capture it to be able to use to also avoid those types of major disruptions in people's lives when power is going out at different parts of the state. It even poses a risk for people that are on medical equipment, oxygen tanks, and other things like that. There's things that we have to think through, that this is not an easy issue. And I just want to be frank with the public on that point. On the legislation, I think we're still early. I think this was discussed in our legislative committee, because the policy committees don't start moving legislation until the end of next month, and then they go through one or two policy committees, it goes through appropriations in May, and then it jumps to the Senate if it's an assembly bill, all the way till the end of August, early September. So on that one, I think we took a watch position on some of these legislations just to see if amendments are going to be made, get the analysis, because the analysis don't come out closer to the hearing. That'll probably be at the end of this month or early April. But it'd be good to get all that information from experts about what is being proposed legislatively, whether it's through legislation that Senator Laird is contemplating or the legislation that has already been filed by Assemblymember Addis. So I just want us to be cognizant and take a cautious approach, because I think we are early. We have time to read the analysis, see if any additional amendments come out on some of those bills, because I'm sure they will, because this has statewide impacts as well. So with that, I think the only other things I thought we should require, which I think even Vistra would agree, all those other small but important things like the air monitoring equipment, making that has to be put in our ordinance, that those need to be maintained on site, connected to the Air Resources Board, that our fire department or first responders have the equipment, that they have the training to be able to do all this. We need to have these things in place, so God forbid this happens again, but we don't want to be in the same situation where we're reliving the same things where we could have had the equipment and technology to give the public the quickest answers as possible. So I just want to make sure that all those small things also get implemented over these next few weeks and months, to make sure that whatever we learned from this disaster, that we could implement all those lessons learned, not only us, but our Office of Emergency Management, our fire departments, whatever recommendations they also see where we need some improvement. I think we need to list those as well and make sure that it's implemented somewhere in our policy or any future agreement with Vistra and PG&E. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make just a few comments of my own, and I want to give thanks to the ad hoc committee and the staff who've been so diligent in working to try to make sure that we're getting the information that we need, as limited and incomplete as it may be right now. I also just want to acknowledge and thank Supervisor Church and your staff. You really have been incredible in terms of stepping up, making sure that the community has somewhere to go. And I know it's been a lot, and I just want to say thank you. And we appreciate everything that you guys have been through this in such a short period of time. And if you need assistance, please don't hesitate to ask for what you need from us to be able to continue to be responsive in the ways that your community deserves to have responsivity. So having said that, for me, as much as I've learned about battery energy systems in this past month, I still have many unanswered questions. What has become clear to me, however, is that this isn't just about Moss Landing or even about Monterey County. The move away from fossil fuel and the impact of fossil fuels on our climate is undeniable, and the challenges that we're facing as we navigate forward are incredibly complex. What this incident has shown us is that how quickly the industry is moving and how quickly battery innovation is happening, it's clear that our regulatory framework has not kept up with that, and the way in which we're monitoring, planning for, evaluating, navigating that has gotten maybe a little bit out of whack, clearly. And so the need for Monterey County to be able to be responsive isn't just just a Monterey County issue. We have battery storage throughout the state of California. We have battery storage throughout the country. And what we're learning here is, and what we do here is applicable and relevant in all of those communities. So one of the first questions that I asked myself was, where else are battery storage locations? Where else are battery storage locations that are similar to the indoor storage model that we had? Who were the county electeds in those communities? What are their phone numbers? And I'm going to get on the phone with them and ask them some questions, because are they aware of there's a whole series of questions that I began asking myself to make sure that I was understanding that this really isn't just about Monterey County. This really is a much larger issue. And what we do here has ramifications across the state and across the country. So having said that, it really is something where we do need, as everyone was saying, we need the state as a critical partner in everything that we're doing moving forward. We need the Energy Commission, we need the CPUC, we need our legislature, we need all of these agencies who have expertise that we don't have here locally, that have resources that we don't have here locally. We need them all sitting with us to help answer these questions that identify the questions that we don't even know that we're asking, and then help us answer those questions that are in front of us, so that we can identify what questions other communities may need to be asking as they figure out what this means for their communities as well, and what this means for our entire region and our state as we think about how do we provide energy for a future that is clearly reliant on increasing amounts of energy. What does that look like? What are our options? And what are the risks and benefits of the choices available to us? The more questions that I've asked myself, the more questions I tend to have in front of me. So having made those statements, I don't claim to be an expert in energy storage facilities or in batteries. I do sit on a waste management, a local landfill, so have had a number of questions also around product life cycle. Batteries, we know, even the batteries that are in our phones or in your electric toothbrushes that are disposable toothbrushes, like those batteries we know from the landfill are dangerous and cause battery fires in our landfill on a weekly basis, and require special treatment and special disposal. So the larger issue of batteries, car batteries, when we have electric vehicles that get into a car accident, require different treatment when they're being extinguished in a vehicle accident. A house fire that has a battery wall, like a Tesla pack on the wall, or whatever the battery walls are for resiliency. If there's a house fire or a wildfire and that house catches fire, that house fire needs to be handled differently. Our regulatory framework has not caught up to any of this at this point. And our fire departments don't have the training necessarily or the tools that they need for any of the battery technology that we're increasingly finding ourselves dealing with. And so the legislative piece and the recommendations that are here from the ad hoc committee, I think are, I fully support them. And I hope that we can take action to say, yes, let's start with this. Supervisor Church, your comments about saying that we need to bring these ongoing check-ins to the full board, I would hope that we can do that because I think it is relevant, it is important. Delegating this to a couple people in a private room, I think the public deserves to have the transparency. I want to be a part of those conversations as well. So I would hope we can move forward with that. And I mean, I would take it so far that I hope, and I think that we don't just need more focus from the state on the battery energy storage facilities, but we need a broader conversation about what what are the risks and benefits of batteries overall, and how do we ensure that our life cycle benefit and management of batteries overall are being regulated appropriately, because there are risks at every point in the product life cycle that I don't think we're appropriately accounting for, whether it be a large storage facility or, like I said, a toothbrush battery that causes a fire in our trash sorting facility that has significant cost. Final comment, and I think Supervisor Alejo, you mentioned it, the legislative platform that we did approve last month or earlier this month does include a priority around lithium battery storage, energy storage facilities, and the key objectives, supporting local activities necessary to implement SB 38, supporting policies and funding for local emergency response resulting from best hazardous threats to the surrounding community and the environment, supporting stronger legislation that requires emergency action plans and the owner or operator of the facility to coordinate with local emergency management agencies, unified program agencies, and local first responder agencies, imposing stronger restrictions and regulations on best facilities that help ensure local community safety and environmental protection is prioritized, supporting new environmental health, public health, and safety regulations for BEST as they develop, supporting additional accountability measures and additional opportunities for local government to have a say in the operation and siting of BEST facilities. I think that all of those policies that are adopted and already a part of our legislative platform that this board took action on already are supported by the recommendations coming out of the ad hoc. And so I would just, again, go on record, we've already taken action on this. We would be adding to that with the recommendations today. But with that, let's open it up for public comment. We've got some folks in the audience, and there's about a dozen hands online from folks who want to comment. So come on up. And I'll just ask everyone, we've got a 2-minute public comment, and so that I don't have to cut anyone off, if we could just have folks monitor the timing. And I just really appreciate everyone being here to share your thoughts with us today. Thank you.
Don't start yet. Okay, wait a minute. I'm Ed Mitchell, a resident of Prunedale. I support the ad hoc committee's demand that any cleanup or future operation must have Vistra demonstrate that those actions can be safely conducted. However, I urge the board to also require Vistra to sample the ash waste material prior to starting cleanup, including removing the 50-foot standing wall. Why? Because no one in California, United States, can tell you what was in that plume of pollution. The only place is the residual ash that's on the ground. I recommend that you require them to take 10 samples, analyze it, and report back to you what the condition is. The Coastal Commission, you, and the voting public don't know what was there. This is the closest we can get. I also urge the county to require an EIR from Vistra Energy before they request to be permitted to rebuild a lithium battery storage building to replace the destroyed building. Why do I make these recommendations? I'm a member of the newly formed Never Again Moss Landing stakeholder group of over 4,900 citizens. We are not a voluntary members of this stakeholder group. We were forced into it a month ago because we were exposed to the massive pollution plume that dusted our properties. Additionally, I led the technical investigation for the causes of the fire for Never Again Moss Landing. As such, I submitted to the ad hoc committee my initial assessment of the causes of the fire, as Supervisor Daniels just mentioned. That report pointed out that Vistra conducted high-risk storage where 100,000 batteries, which we learned because of Supervisor Alejo asking a very intelligent question at the meeting where Vistra stood up and told us the quantity. They were housed in a single building without adequate containment system. You do not have to believe me. Did the building burn down? Yes. Did the containment system work? No. It either was missing, inadequate, or failed. And if you don't get told why, you're not being told everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Vice Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jasmine Venegas. I am the local government relations representative for the Central Coast at PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric. PG&E is committed to providing safe, clean, and reliable energy for all, and this includes the safe operation of battery energy storage system, BESS, facilities. Battery energy storage plays a key role in supporting grid reliability while providing cost savings for our electric customers. It integrates more renewable resources into PG&E's power mix and supports the state's decarbonization goals. The fire at the Vistra Moss Landing Power Plant, BESS, on January 16, 2025, was not a PG&E incident, but as PG&E operates the adjacent Elkhorn Battery facility, PG&E personnel immediately engaged and continue to engage with local officials, agencies, and Vistra to assist in response. PG&E's facility is Tesla Megapack battery system at our Moss Landing substation, known as the Elkhorn Battery, which is adjacent to, but walled off and separate from the Vistra facility. The Elkhorn Battery behaved as designed and automatically disconnected from the grid when its infrared fire detection system detected flames from the Vistra BESS fire. The Elkhorn Battery remains de-energized, electrically disconnected from the grid, and in a safe state. We have retained environmental consultants to help us perform cleanup of fire-related impacts at our facility. And we are looking to Vistra and EPA to assess possible environmental impacts from the Vistra fire. PG&E has an Emergency Action Plan, or EAP, and a Pre-Fire Plan, PFP, for the Elkhorn Battery that was shared with the North County Fire Protection District of Monterey County. And we are currently collaborating with the county's administrative chief office, including the Office of Emergency Management and the Environmental Health Bureau, to ensure that it meets the intent and spirit of SB 38.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for anyone that does run out of time, we do welcome having comments sent to the board directly at cob@countyofmonterey.gov. So that's cob@countyofmonterey.gov. And all of those go into public record, and we do receive those directly. So thank you. Thanks.
So again, Brian Roeder from Never Again Moss Landing. Thank you again for the time you're spending on this issue today. It makes a difference. I just want to make 3 quick points. Early on, even before our findings from the samples that we took, a gentleman who's what I call a big brain, a smart guy, took Vistra's numbers of what was in the building and destroyed, and then did an analysis of the batteries themselves and what's known to be inside of them. And he came up with a number of 5,000 tons of heavy metals and toxins going into the air. That was using Vistra's own calculations of what was in the building. That wasn't just destroyed. It was distributed. Another individual has sent through information that says that this fire could be considered like a volcano. It goes off, superheated material goes into the air, it goes sideways at some point, it cools down and it precipitates. Our findings show that between 4 and 8 miles from the plant, whereas you might have a baseline up in Pescadero over in Hollister of, say, 1 per billion, what we see now in that 48 miles is sometimes 200, 300, and 400 parts per billion. What does that mean? Does that mean it's toxic? We don't know. We're trying to find out. I do ask that, if you can, you ask the state toxicologist to actually look at those numbers and interpret them rather than dismissing them and saying that he hasn't looked at them. Those numbers were validated by Professor Aiello 2 nights after they were released in a call to me in which he said that our data almost exactly correlates with his using totally different methodologies. His numbers are higher because they're soil, but it completely correlates. Finally, I want to say that my wife and I are having to move out of our home. We haven't been back there since the end of last month, and we're buying a home in Pacific Grove in the hope that the air is clearer. This is real. It's happening to a lot of people. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Matthew McFall. I'm a wildlife and nature photographer. Do a lot of work in the slough. I'm sick right now from the flare-up. Not actually the flare-up, but the smoldering after the flare-up. I was told it was all clear, told the air quality was good. I went down to Jetty Road in Moss Landing on the North Jetty, where I proceeded to do a sunrise shoot against the stacks with MBARI's Rachel Carson dispatching into the bay, probably doing air checks. Now, I've spoken with 2 retired fire chiefs about this, about the cloud that I was in, because it was clear. And it didn't taste like the metal that I went through the first time around. This was kind of like a bleach mixed with pesticide smell, taste. Pretty quickly, I had a ridiculous headache, a lot of fluids coming out of my nose. You know, right now my head is completely stuffed up. It gets worse, gets better. You know, it's just like a loop. What I've been told is that a lot of what the fire department deals with is with hydrocyanide, formaldehyde, hydrofluoride. When hydrofluoride comes in contact with water, it becomes hydrochloric acid. You know, after I did that sunrise shoot, I moved around to the side off Highway 1, and I started videoing for Status Quo News, live news. And I could see that smoke coming out of the roof. But once that smoke hit the blue sky behind it, you couldn't see it any longer. That's an aerosol. So we need to know exactly what they're testing for. We need to know if they're testing for every component inside that battery.
Do we have any other public comment in chambers today? All right, we're going to move to public comment online. We've got quite a few hands raised here. We're going to start with Michelle Clary and then go to Gabrielle.
Thank you, supervisors, for taking this so seriously. We really appreciate it. Again, I've talked to North County Fire too. They were coming out doing fire inspections, and they also said they do not have the materials to smother out one battery fire, just not even one, let alone we have a battery storage one that has no plan for even one of the other containers if they were to go up. We have salt water, as we said, you know, here, and what happens if there's an earthquake or a tsunami that puts salt water into an area where battery containers are? And then I just found out that you guys want to put a desal plant. Somebody wants to put a desal plant in proximity to these battery storage containers as well. Come on here. We need a better plan. We can't just have water, seawater, and batteries all together in one location that can cause more fires, that makes it toxic for our communities. We need responsibility here. And thank you guys for putting that other, local jurisdiction in place. I really hope you guys continue to put pressure on Panetta and Newsom and Laird to get involved here, because again, whoever pushes this through, this is a big problem. And if you can't put out one little battery, you can't put out hundreds of thousands of them, and it has to stop. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Gabrielle, followed by Mauricio.
Can you hear me now? Thank you. Hello, my name is Gabriel Triumphi. I own a home in the unincorporated community known as Moss Landing Heights. You heard earlier, this is a community that is the largest and closest to the Vistra Corp failed battery storage facility fire. Most of the homes are less than 5,000 feet to the fire. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to share feedback on the ad hoc committee's recommendations and the committee for sharing these transparently. Also, Supervisor Church and his office for continued communication with the community. I understand the committee has limited ability to push industry. I'm asking the ad hoc committee consider one additional recommendation that specifically pushes the Monterey County Environmental Health Department and supervising state agencies like DTSC with regards to heavy metal fallout testing. Specifically, I'm requesting the committee ask the Environmental Health Department in Monterey County to test for heavy metals after each new battery combustion event that produces smoke at the failed Vistra Corp battery storage facility during cleanup. We know that these have already happened, these additional flare-ups, and can happen. And with each new incident, there's an opportunity to re-expose or create new exposure to heavy metal fallout. Current testing does not include new events or the impact they have on the area closest to the fire, which Director Encarnacion has said is the area most likely to be affected. Specifically, when we talk about why we need to do more testing after each event, again, quoting Director Encarnacion, he said at the Monterey News briefing on February 12th, we want to ensure the public that our work is guided by science. Given the real risk to public health of all the people living near the fire, we need sampling for heavy metals to continue to happen and be guided by science, not by limited resources or fiscal burdens. So that means recommending additional measurement after each new Vistra Corp battery combustion event. Thank you to the board and ad hoc committee for considering these additional recommendations to the Monterey County Department of Environmental Health.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Mauricio, followed by Philip.
Good afternoon, supervisors and committee members. My name is Mauricio, field representative for District 30 State Assembly Member Don Addis. Assemblymember Addis apologizes for not being able to attend today's discussion, as she is currently in Sacramento working for the betterment of the Central Coast. The member is grateful to the county for the creation of this critical and important ad hoc committee. She is confident that this committee will come up with recommendations that will make our region safer as California navigates the effects of climate change. In response to the first fire in early January, the member remained proactively engaged, participating in briefings at Incident Command Center alongside Congressman Jimmy Panetta and County Supervisor Glenn Church. She's heard directly from local businesses affected by the shelter-in-place orders and road closures, and we received countless emails, messages, and calls from constituents and people throughout the state who continue to share their concerns. Assemblymember Addis undoubtedly recognizes the importance of addressing and meeting our state's climate and energy goals. As we do so, we must demonstrate a steadfast commitment to safety, environmental stewardship, transparency, and emergency prevention. This is why she is demanding transparency and accountability. And we must be proactive in ensuring this kind of disaster never happens anywhere in California again. Since the first fire, Assemblymember Addis has written to the California Public Utilities Commission to request an independent investigation. She's called on Vistra to keep their batteries completely offline until the investigation is complete and safety is ensured. She has introduced Assembly Bill 1288, focused on retaining and training the number of environmental health specialists in Monterey who assess site contamination and pollution. And as mentioned earlier by Supervisor Church, she has also introduced Assembly Bill 303, the Battery Energy Safety and Accountability Act, which will allow the restoration of community voice and creates common sense siting requirements for these needed projects. Especially after the second fire, locals need a voice. And this isn't just about making them safer on the front end, but also being proactive in ensuring safe disposal and disconnection.
Thank you, Mauricio. We're out of time. I'm sorry to interrupt you. But thank you for your comments. And for anyone who has interest, there is more information about the bill on Representative Don Addis's website. To continue on, we're moving on to Philip and then Josh Wagner. Philip, you're up next.
Yes, hello, my name is Philip Crawford, and I want to thank the supervisors for constructing this ad hoc committee regarding the issue we're seeing in Moss Landing. Just want to let them know that that's not enough. There is an issue here that is being neglected in a sense, and people are providing that information as with the recent speakers, that there is a push, and there should be a continued push for an advisory committee, an external advisory committee of local experts in various fields. Though the supervisors ad hoc committee will provide certain guidances, they are not experts in multiple fields. We see that there is concerns with environmental, with toxicology, with actual regulations, with fire prevention, fire retention. These experts need to be combined together into a standard committee that can advise the ad hoc committee of what really is going on. Because these people are experts in the field and they can provide a deeper analysis of what's really going on. What are the longevity issues that we're going to have? What can and can't be done on a local level as well as a state level? These companies that are creating these batteries abide by certain regulations, and they know what they need to do. They know how to handle the regulations, how to get away with certain things within the regulations, and that's a problem that we see. Having a committee that is created with local experts in various fields is our best option as well. I have provided information to supervisors regarding this concept with no return email back, or even to sit down and have a conversation as if this is not a concern. The community is very concerned about this, and you can see with people that are talking, there's various areas of concerns that are always popping up, and we are not getting the right evaluation. State experts are not going to give you the right explanation. They have a specific agenda as well. They're there to protect the state. Having an independent advisory committee will focus on the rules and regulations, what's best for the community, and this needs to be addressed.
Thank
Provide
you.
us the time and opportunity.
Philip, we're out of time, but thank you so much for your comments. We're on to Josh Wagner, followed then by Janet Brennan. Josh Wagner, you're up.
Hi, sorry. My name is Josh Wagner. Thank you for making this ad hoc committee to address the issues that we have seen so far. One problem that you have is the public perception of this. Be it you look at any KSBW article that's posted online, anywhere, the comments, they don't really believe that they are safe here. And I see that commonplace everywhere. The only people that believe that they're safe are the officials and the energy storage companies. And that creates a bit of a problem because also worldwide, there is a database for it's the EPRI battery storage system failure incident database, which documents 92 incidents since 2015 where these have burned. And even if you can contain these fires in some way, they still release gases, they still release heavy metal contaminants, and they still will accumulate on the grounds nearby that the Ohlone people consider sacred. The Elkhorn Slough is a sacred area for them. We just can't be doing this. We can't have these best systems in here continuing, especially so close to these sensitive agricultural and environmental areas, because the biggest problem, again, is going to be the public perception that you have of them. And when you're giving the message to close your windows and doors and, to protect yourself from the totally fine air quality out there, even though many people are sick, you don't really inspire confidence that way. And what also doesn't inspire confidence is the people out there that are supposed to be representing us, taking money.
We are out of time. Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Janet Brennan, followed by the phone number ending in 902.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Janet Brennan, speaking for Landwatch Monterey County, and we thank you for doing all you can to make sure that this kind of fire does not happen again and that people are safe. In a broader context, as noted by the supervisors, the cost of our dependence on fossil fuels is well documented. Oil spills, air pollution from industrial facilities, a warming planet brought close to home here by wildfires and drought concerns. California's climate policies emphasize reducing demand for energy, building out our clean energy, solar, and wind infrastructure, electrifying our transportation sector, and building storage facilities to support the transition to non-fossil fuel sources. Landwatch supports climate action that breaks dependence on our fossil fuels by adopting land use policies that locate housing closer to employment to reduce transportation emissions and supporting sustainable water and energy policies. Moving away from fossil fuels is a big job, and it requires moving toward new energy technologies. The key here is to move forward as safely and as deliberately as possible, but to continue to move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you. Next up, we have the phone number ending in 902, followed by Julia Dowell.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Beatty. I object to Dawn Addis's representative being cut off. She's our staff person, and as like the county should have been given time. In addition to earlier comments, test the ash by independent experts approved by the Never Again Moss Landing group. Do an EIR, require an EIR for Vistra and PG&E for future projects and rebuilding. Pause the county permits because of this new information and the lack of compliance with state rules. That should be in the county's jurisdiction. The county did not prepare for these projects and ignored the known safety risks. The state okayed a new danger to replace old danger. That's great. PG&E and Vistra statements can't be relied on. No safety plans have been submitted from PG&E, and we have inadequate evacuation zones and notification zones. There needs to be those in place. Monitoring, Monterey County and MBAR didn't purchase hydrogen fluoride monitors. Does the county own one of those now? Not tobacco industry monitors, real ones that actually measure data. EPA and CTH have a conflict of interest. EPA has repeatedly failed in toxic situations. Waving around a hydrogen fluoride monitor is not measuring levels. And where are the toxicologists? They're woefully lacking response by the county. I want to thank Supervisor Church and Assemblymember Addis for taking leadership in this very difficult situation. This is a disaster from Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, and San Benito County, affecting everyone in agriculture, tourism, property values, and the environment. The county appears to be burying this disaster, not doing updates at every Board of Supervisors meetings, which it needs to do, and burying this in the afternoon agenda today. That is unacceptable for an emergency like this. This is an emergency. Thank you.
Where is John Laird?
Thank you. Next up, we have Julia Dowell, followed by Ron Cheshire.
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Julia Dowell, and I'm here today on behalf of Sierra Club. First off, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their role in addressing the fires at Moss Landing, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the recommendations from the ad hoc committee. We recognize and support the need to ensure best practices for safety standards, fire prevention, and fire suppression to prevent future fires like what happened in Moss Landing. Battery storage technology is critical to decarbonizing our electrical grid, and it can be built and overseen in a responsible manner. I do want to highlight that we are concerned that the mention of alternative green energy storage in the recommendations, which could include hydrogen fuel, and we have many concerns with hydrogen fuel, especially for electricity generation. So we urge the board not to replace battery storage projects with hydrogen, as hydrogen is energy and water intensive, requires entirely new infrastructure, and is itself highly flammable and combustible. As the climate crisis intensifies, it's important that the Board of Supervisors adopt recommendations that hold industry accountable, require best practices for battery storage projects, but does not stop or delay battery storage projects entirely. Battery storage is critical to transitioning off of fossil fuels, which come with their own health and safety risks. Remember, fossil fuels are responsible for numerous environmental disasters every year and are fueling our climate crisis. We believe there's a middle of the road that is ideal for the county and for California, where battery storage projects are required to maintain high standards, fire suppression and prevention is prioritized, and battery storage projects continue to help decarbonize our grid and replace harmful gas plants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Ron Cheshire, followed by the SAHM account.
Ron Cheshire speaking on behalf of myself as a citizen and as Government Affairs Director for IBW 234 Central Coast, Tri-Counties, California. Festina lente is basically Latin for make haste slowly. Several days ago, I commented in front of you in regards to knee-jerk reactions and such. I'm glad to see that you're moving forward, but I've been sitting here and I've been listening to people that have basically said that they're not informed totally and they're not experts, but yet you're making lots of recommendations. The need for testing is very obvious. A need for a total investigation is very obvious. Is that taking place? Are you going to be privy to what's the information from the investigation? You've made some recommendations, and I'll have to say this. Number one, you know, those batteries were in a building, and I know that new technology is not a good idea. New technology would never probably do that. But thank God they were in a contained space. I would have hated to seen those batteries stacked up just on the ground and the fire spread. I think it would have caused more damage. Two, you want to create all of these things to promote new industry standards and everything, but you don't even know what those items are yet. Three, yes, you need to work with Vistra on the cleanup and provide for the community, for their well-being and for their peace of mind. Again, AB 303, we oppose that. The state of California being the 5th largest economy in the world, we have an energy problem, an energy generation problem. How
Thank
do we
you,
move
Ron.
forward?
We are out of time, but appreciate your comments. Next up, we have the name SAHM, followed then by Martha Shavaria. We've got SAHM next up for public comment.
Unmuted now?
We can hear you, yep. Thank you for joining us.
Great, thank you. My name is Sam White, and I'm speaking today also on behalf of Sierra Club, but as a member of the local Ventana chapter and on the State Energy and Climate Committee. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for addressing the Vistra fire at Moss Landing and the safety of us all. I really appreciate the opportunity to comment. We strongly support ensuring best practices in safety standards to ensure the safe operation, monitoring, and prevention of future fires. Unfortunately, Vistra was one of the early older designs that had a history of problems and clearly was not brought up to current design. Vistra's failings have badly tarnished the whole sector, and this is not indicative of the industry. Vistra is primarily a fossil fuel company and did not have the expertise. Its installation was badly designed, poorly implemented, and used outdated battery types. But as the New Scientist reports, despite this incident, utility-scale battery systems for electric grids have experienced a 97% drop in failures worldwide, often fire-related, between 2018 and 2023, the most recent date, and that's continued. And that's according to a report from the Electric Power Research Institute. The Union of Concerned Scientists says this massive decrease has been seen in spite of the fact that deployments of utility-scale battery storage have increased dramatically, more than 1,000-fold since the time the Vistra facility was created. Proper design and planning is always essential. That old type of lithium battery and indoor placement should not and is not being used for new facilities. While we agree that high standards of safety are necessary, we caution the board not to write off all lithium storage technologies. It is by and large proven very safe, especially when best practices are used. So the interest of our air, our land, our children, and affordable electricity, it is important the board adopt policies that require best practices, but does not stop battery storage products entirely. The Senator John Laird took on this on with prior
Thank
legislation.
you for your comments. We are out of time. As I've mentioned previously, for anyone that didn't get a chance to finish their comments, please do send them in writing to the board at cob@countyofmonterey.gov so that we can make sure they are fully documented. Next up, we have Martha Shavaria, followed by the phone number ending in 705.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Martha Chavarria. I am currently the North County resident and was affected by this fire. I'm also a school board trustee and the current president of North County LULAC, and have been collaborating very closely with the community from the Never Again Moss Landing. And we've been working closely together with Supervisor Church, and I appreciate, the conversations and the time that he's taken to meet with us in 2 events that we've had in the community. And I just want to address, the most recent conversation we had. He did provide us an update on this ad hoc committee, and I did listen to all the recommendations. I'm very pleased to hear on those recommendations so far. But one of the concerns that we addressed was obviously improving the community advisory alerts. That recently just reoccurred on the fires that happened last week. We understood that the time that was set was delayed, and the location of the zones that was designated, it wasn't throughout all of Monterey County. It wasn't throughout all the areas that the fear is still there. And, you see it firsthand on social media about another fire, and you have everyone, very concerned, alerted, scared, and not understanding what's going on. So we did have a good conversation. He said that they were going to go back and make sure to reevaluate that process. And I went in there also with the superintendent, because as a board trustee, that was my main concern. The superintendent heard from myself that night about the fire. So that was an area we really wanted to make sure there was a priority of communication and a connection, and I think Church is doing. And I'm not sure if there's other part of the ad hoc committee on those processes, but we have over 4,000 students in Monterey County that need to be notified of any kind of emergency in a situation like this. So we want to make sure that process is in place. So I also appreciate the fact that this advisory is looking at a policy and regulations. I want to also reinforce there was someone that mentioned about policies and being making sure that there's experts being part of this ad hoc.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry to interrupt, but thank you for your comments. Yeah, we do appreciate you being with us and appreciate the engagement of our local elected officials as well. Next up, I'm going to do a final call for public comment for anyone who hasn't had a chance to raise your hand yet. This is a final call. We've got some folks who are re-raising their hand a second time. We only take public comment once, so we won't be calling on folks a second time, but we will be going to phone number ending in 705, followed by the phone number ending in 837.
Yes, Lorna Moffett here. The Constitutional Amendment 14 assures that we citizens have the right to pursue health and happiness protection, and the state mandate bypasses our Constitution and our ability to protect our health. We need, and this county needs, to stop being asleep at the wheel so that these sort of state unlawful, unconstitutional mandates take place. I'd like to point out that combine the mining and transportation of this battery technology does not curb CO2 reduction in the long run, but only adds to an equally dangerous global warming threat. And there are other technologies, and I'd like to name a few: wave and geothermal, mass transit and conservation, and carbon storage, i.e. trees, play a crucial role. But thousands of trees are being sacrificed for fuel reduction purposes. One large tree harbors 1 ton of CO2 and heavy metal absorption a year, so cease the cutting down of eucalyptus trees in our county. We need to promote better mass transit in our county so people don't rely on EV cars as an answer, and conservation. I'd like to point out that if everyone got one car 27 miles per hour per gallon, we could offset one Alaska wildlife refuge. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next comment is phone number ending in 837.
Hi, this is Brian Rosen here. I just wanted to stand behind you and support you in demanding that the state have the very strongest possible regulations for protection of the public and agriculture. And it's very unfair that agriculture gets harmed by this toxic waste where farms will have to be closed down and products shouldn't be sold. So agriculture, the state needs to compensate, help agriculture, and that we need to really make sure the state educates the citizens, and no land that is unsafe for crops can have crops grown. And the citizens all over need to be warned of any possible dangers. It's very important that that the health of the people is protected in the strongest possible way. And, you know, this battery technology may be a green thing, but it's not green when this kind of disaster occurs. And we're just wasting energy like crazy. I mean, we use more and more energy. We're more and more of a disposable society. The biggest power plant is conservation. Apartment dwellers aren't even allowed to have clotheslines often, which saves a huge amount of energy using solar heat to dry things. And a lot of this needs to be remedied. We need to start making products that last instead of washing machines that last 6 years or 9 years and refrigerators that last 9 years. And the state, so please demand of the state that they have better energy efficiency standards. It's one thing to use less energy, but to have products that just last a very short lifetime is not energy efficiency and offsets many gains. So please do your job and demand very strongly of the state to do the right thing.
Thank you for your comments, Brian. Sorry to interrupt, but we are out of time. All right. Thank you. There's one more hand raised. We have Josh Wagner. Josh, we already called on you to speak, but if you have a second person in the room, I'm just going to give you a chance to let us know if you've got a second person to speak. It's for Josh Wagner, who's already had a chance to comment, but we don't want to miss anyone. Do you have a second person with you?
I don't, but where's John Laird?
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, moving on, we will bring this closed public comment, bring this back to the board, and see if we have action. We'll take it to Supervisor Daniels.
Yes, happy to move forward, but there were some important things I thought that was mentioned, and I think it's pretty much actually being dealt with. So I don't know if perhaps environmental health can weigh in, but we had some recommendations such as requiring Vistra to sample the ash while and before and while cleaning up, as well as I have heard that there will be ongoing testing. And so I'm assuming that that would include anytime there's a flare up during and after. But I think that if we could at least just respond to some of those types of public comments that were raised, that would be helpful.
Do we have environmental health with us on the line?
And I'll add, while you're doing that, Wendy, another one I just looked down at my notes about things like the state toxicologists analyzing the results of these tests, like all those sorts of things that environmental health or public health or the health department heard raised. It would be great to just reassure the community, because these are all things I've heard that we are doing, and I want us to be able to reiterate that.
Great, and I'm looking online. Do we have someone from public health with us online? We've got Sonia who can respond. Thank you.
Let me touch on that on behalf of the multiple departments that are working on the remediation, the response, the recovery. One of the items that was brought up was the opportunity to have additional meetings going forward that perhaps would answer some of these questions. as, you know, perhaps even at the next board meeting, so that these concerns, all of these things, continued testing will be there, but in terms of specifics, I think it would be great to hear directly from the department and some of our partners so that folks understand where the testing is going and where it's going to continue. And the monitoring certainly has continued to stay in place. So giving an opportunity for our teams to come back, whether it's through Department of Emergency Management or Health Department with the various subcommittees that they have working on soil, air quality, health, et cetera.
So could we, through the chair, just be assure the community that we took in every single question that was answered, and then we'll try to, I guess, agendize that next meeting as soon as possible so everyone can get their concerns responded to in the next meeting?
Yes, like you, I took significant amount of notes. We're gonna go back and regroup, and then we'll start bringing information forward.
Okay, wonderful. And then one other thing, because once a staffer, always a staffer. And I just have to say that I was a staffer for Senator Laird when the first fire happened. And independent of any nudging from anyone, Senator Laird got to work on SB 38. And I happened to have sat on the Monterey County Planning Commission, not for this approval, but for later approvals, and was able to share that there was very little mention of the threat of fires during those hearings, and that was a concern that I had and brought to him, that when we saw this happening, it was surprising to reflect back on and recognize how little of a conversation we had about this potential. And that's what got him to work on SB 38. And so I'm a big supporter of our senator, and I assure you, if you reach out to him, you will be pleased with the response you get. And so I feel like I needed to chime in and not allow my former boss to get thrown under the bus for this, because he's a remarkable human being. Thank you.
One thing you didn't mention, Sonia, was the website that continues to be the receptacle of information as we receive it. Can you speak to that, or is there someone that could speak to the current website? And I don't know if that's something that we can share on the screen briefly.
I'm gonna pull it up. We constantly refer people back to the website and encourage people to register for Alert Monterey County, so that they will be able to receive the alerts as they're coming out. You can register for a specific location, or you can, if you're interested in around or in proximity to the power plant, you could actually register at an address next to the power plant. But there was discussion a little bit about in terms of how the alerts are going out. We're exploring and working with Supervisor Church, we're exploring alternatives, not just using the law enforcement fire alert, but also looking at a geographical, so that if you are visiting us from San Francisco or Fresno and you happen to be within the geographical location, there's an opportunity that you would be receiving a ping that there's something going on at a facility adjacent to where you're at. So that's the other thing that we're exploring. Those of us that already live in the community adjacent to, we would receive it as well, but it covers everybody that's on this wireless alert system. The website for Moss Landing, you could look up Moss Landing Vistra Power Plant Fire. It is Ready Monterey is our readymontereycounty.org is the website, and you could see different items that have been posted there, the latest news, but also some of our community updates that are being provided. Alert mry.org is also where you can go for added information, and some of our partners have also posted their information there as well. There are soil, air, and water reports posted at the same site, and also that includes the preliminary review of XRF soil screening data that was provided by a California EPA multi-agency group. Air monitoring is there as well. So there's quite a bit of information, but if there's something specific that you're not seeing there, you're also welcome to reach out to us at the county clerk's office, which is the COB email address that would help us receive the information through Valerie. But all of those items continue to be available online and available in Spanish as well.
Great, thank you. And I think we're trying to get the screen share to display a little bit of challenge on that point. But that is, you said Ready Monterey.
It is.
ReadyMontereyCounty.org.
Yes.
With the Moss Landing.
It's readymontereycounty.org /
Sorry.
readymontereycounty.org / emergency / 2025 Moss Landing, Moss Landing Vistra power and plant and fire. And
I think our
apologize.
IT team needs to get a short URL.
Okay.
So it can be much easier.
But honestly, I just look up Monterey County Moss Landing and it comes up, and that's it there. And I apologize, I wasn't sharing. Yeah, I wasn't sharing. So that is the website there. And again, you could sign up for alerts as well. There it is. That's if you go back up a little bit, if you click on sign up for alerts, you could sign up at that site. Oh, and then we have Kelsey, who
real quick,
knows all
I
things
believe
about the website.
alertmry.org will take you to that page. So we do have a short URL.
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, Kelsey, since you're standing, there were some of the questions that folks brought up on the line and also in the room that I think you could touch on in terms of some of the information, of course, that's available here, but then how we're sharing information with the community regularly and some of the things that will be coming in the next few days and weeks.
Of course. So as seen previously, our readymontereycounty.org website is the one-stop shop for everything related to soil samples, air samples. We are working to put together a map where we are pinpointing every location in which soil and air and water sampling has occurred. Additionally, we are looking to put together a forward-facing roadmap essentially for debris removal of both the hazardous materials, specifically the batteries and the structural debris. I'm hoping to have that up about next week so people can track the progress of debris removal and have specific answers to some of their questions about where the debris is going, how it's being transported, how it's being sorted, packaged, recycled, etc. We'll also have an FAQ with that dashboard as well. I'm not sure what's happening with the screen. And then, of course, we'll continue to do our Wednesday media briefings where we'll try to address some of these questions, if not in front of the board or in addition to a presentation in open session.
Just wanted to back up Supervisor Daniels in response or in defense to Senator Laird. Talk about one of the most effective state senators we've had for the Monterey Bay region, very strong environmental record, former Secretary of Natural Resources. Talk about somebody who has expertise in this area. And for those who ask where he was at, he was here in this chamber on Friday, February 7th, for our legislative meeting, the annual meeting we have with their Congress members, with their legislators, with their legislative staff. Senator Laird was here in person during that time where we talked about this very topic as well. So I want all our residents out there to know that he was here. He was here to talk about this topic and other legislative priorities for this coming year, 2025. So I just wanted to put that on the record because I think he deserves that. He is very concerned about this issue. He has been leading on this issue for years when fires weren't an issue at that time. He was already working on trying to bring up legislation to address this, but we know that there's always more to do. As time goes on with this technology, we're learning, not only ourselves, our county staff, our experts, our firefighters, a lot of people who are helping us inform what needs to be done to improve safety, to improve legislation in the coming years. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the additional information, Kelsey from Department of Emergency Management. Thank you, Sonia. And do we put links to the weekly media briefings on the webpage as well? Okay, that would be a great idea as well, because it is hard when you've got a lot of information in different places, and I know how hard it is for us to try to gather it, and then for members of the community to try to have that in one place to try to know what's going on. So we'll continue to have that website be a singular place of information, and I know Supervisor Church and your team are getting regular updates out as well. Yes. Okay, so any more discussion, comments, or should we move forward with some action? Yes?
I will be happy to make a motion here for some action. A couple of comments beforehand here. And I think the importance of having some regular public meetings are shown just what happened here today. There were some good, insightful suggestions on testing the residue, testing after a fire. I mean, this is the kind of back and forth communication we really need, because there are smart people out there in the community with some good ideas, and I know we're going to report back on that at a later date here relatively soon, and I'm going to check into it myself as well. I do want to point out that my office continues to get regular communication from a lot of constituents regularly, and encouraging that to continue. I think this is one of the ways which we need to address specific concerns from folks, and I try to, as information comes up, put something out on my own social media and through my own newsletter, which we do once a month, but we do some updates here too as developments come about, and to try to keep people informed as well. I try to personally respond to as many of these emails as I can myself. I'm sure there are a few that slip through and don't, somehow on the massive emails that we get that don't get answered. That's very, very few. There's a gentleman who spoke about an advisory committee need earlier and made the suggestion that he didn't get a response from my office. That was a lengthy email. I looked at it. My staff looked at it. We did respond on February 12th. So, that's just totally incorrect. And, I think we need to kind of make sure we go ahead where we have understanding that there's all give back and forth here. And, we're going to continue to respond to any inquiries as best we can, understanding that we're all somewhat in a learning experience here too, because this is a unique situation that we haven't faced before. There really hasn't been anything like this on this level. And so there's new information coming all the time. And that, again, is why we need to report this back regularly and be able to have communication from the community as well. And I am 100% behind that, and 100% going to stay on this until this thing disappears. On the cleanup it's going to be gauging this community for throughout this year. Let's be realistic. I think we all are aware of that. So with that, I'm going to make the motion that we accept these recommendations and that this board hold public updates at least once a month, if not more often. And I think from what we've heard here today, we probably need to come back in a couple of weeks if possible. We're not having a meeting next week, and try to answer some of these questions, and maybe we'll have more information available and continue to move forward on this and see where, again, I want to really emphasize too, we have to see where we're going to be at 90 days on just how much power and what influence this county can have on directing what happens within its own borders. So anyway, I made that motion. Thank you.
A second.
All right, we have a motion from Church, a second from Daniels. We've already had public comment, so all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. And we'll have to work with our current chair to get those updates agendized and find time on our busy schedules to make that happen. So
Given the direction, we'll work with the board clerk to ensure that we have a standing item at least once a month.
Okay. And then also recognizing that we had about an hour, just over an hour of public comment as part of this. So if we're going to need that amount of public comment for an item every month, like that, we'll just have to make sure we're accommodating the amount of time so that we have robust discussion. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Get my notes back together here. And again, to the public, thank you for being with us this morning and again this afternoon. We appreciate your feedback. We appreciate your patience with this process. It has been arduous, I think, for everyone. But for those of us who don't live in an area that's directly impacted, just know that your personal stories and your personal experiences, hearing those are impactful. And we appreciate you taking the time out of your day to spend it with us and to share briefly the impact that you've experienced. Okay. Next up, we have item 14, which is to receive a presentation from the Department of Emergency Management on the Federal Emergency Management Agency Public Assistance Program, and with some other direction as appropriate. So we will welcome Kelsey Sconlin and Laura Emmons from Department of Emergency Management for the next item. And I think we have 30 minutes scheduled for this item. So we'll see. I know there's a comprehensive PowerPoint that goes along with it. So thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much for having us today. We're here to talk to you about actually another arduous process, which is FEMA public assistance and generally cost recovery post-disaster. Laura Emmons, our emergency services manager, is here to present and provide a very nuanced presentation, which should shed some light on many of the bureaucratic and administrative challenges that not just our staff face, but every county, every city, every state nationwide. And so I am hopeful that she can answer many of the questions that we've been receiving over the past several years regarding cost recovery and how much money we're about to get back and when and why is it taking so long, and to really help inform you so that you can advocate on our behalf effectively. So with that, Laura Emmons.
Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon. So as Kelsey already mentioned, I'm here to provide an overview of the FEMA public assistance process, which provides funding to communities responding to and recovering from major disasters or emergencies, as well as give an update on our public assistance process related to the January and March 2023 storms. So I start with this very exciting slide just to demonstrate the complexity and length of this process that takes many twists and turns throughout. And while the program does provide vital support for response and recovery efforts, the application process and determination of eligible funds is oftentimes complex and difficult to navigate, requiring a large investment of county resources. So the FEMA Public Assistance Program is only available in communities that have been impacted by a federally declared disaster. So how does Monterey County gain a federal disaster declaration? So at first, it starts here at the local level, where we determine the conditions of emergency exist and declare a local emergency. We then begin our own process to assess our damages and determine that damage may exceed the local resources of Monterey County. We then can request state and/or federal disaster declaration or assistance with that disaster, which triggers the beginning of the formal damage assessment process. So we will submit our initial damage estimates to Cal OES to try to get a preliminary damage assessment site visit here in Monterey County with Cal OES and FEMA representatives. Based on that validation of our damages, the governor may request a federal disaster declaration, which then FEMA will assess that request and make a recommendation to the president, and then the president would decide whether to issue or deny that federal disaster declaration. So one important thing to note is that there are thresholds required in order to satisfy the request for public assistance within the Stafford Act. These should not be seen as if these thresholds are met, we will get disaster assistance, but a baseline threshold for that request for assistance. So what this looks like is, with the current fiscal year, a $2 million approximate threshold in Monterey County of damages and a almost $74 million statewide threshold. And both of these thresholds are required to justify that request for disaster assistance. Additionally, I will just highlight briefly that a major disaster declaration is different from an emergency declaration, which could include some emergency work and is often limited to just direct federal assistance, where a major disaster declaration can unlock a much wider range of assistance across categories and also could include individual assistance. And I think what's important to highlight here is that the assistance provided in any one disaster does vary. So you can see the maps above of the three most recent winter storms that resulted in a disaster declaration here in Monterey County. And statewide, assistance that was made available by county does vary. So assistance offered in one disaster may still vary in another, as well as reimbursement categories and percentages. So FEMA eligibility, a very exciting topic. So the most important thing to start out this section is that not all costs incurred by the county during an emergency are reimbursable under FEMA public assistance. FEMA uses their eligibility pyramid in order to determine which costs may be considered eligible. I'm going to breeze right over applicant because Monterey County is an eligible applicant for FEMA public assistance. So eligible facilities, so they are the legal responsibility of the County of Monterey in this case, located in the designated disaster area, damaged by specifically the declared incident, not under the authority of another federal agency, and in active use and open to the general public at the start of the incident. Eligible work is again that direct result of the declared incident located in the designated area and the legal responsibility of the eligible applicant. Ineligible work can really look at a large variety of work that FEMA may deem ineligible, but generally applicant negligence, deferred maintenance, pre-existing damage, duplication of benefits, so if other assistance is available to cover that work, or if the work is not in compliance with local, state, and federal environmental laws and regulations. And eligible work tends to fall across these 7 categories. So the emergency work of categories of debris removal and emergency protective measures, and then permanent work for roads and bridges, water control facilities, public buildings and equipment, public utilities, parks, recreation, and other. So eligible costs, these are those necessary and reasonable to accomplish the eligible work, compliant with federal, state, and local requirements for procurement, reduced by all applicable credits such as insurance, so no duplication, not contingent upon state or federal funding, which I know is an important one, directly tied to the performance of eligible work, is adequately documented, and then consistent with internal policies, regulations, and procedures that apply uniformly to both federal awards and other activities.
Real quick, I just wanted to highlight, so the not contingent upon state or federal funding, essentially what we're talking about here is we can't choose to do something or choose not to do something because it will or will not be reimbursed by the state or federal government. It has to be solely within the purpose of protecting life and property.
Excellent note. So this is a really exciting slide. I'm absolutely not going to read the whole slide to you, but it is just to highlight the extensive amount of documentation required to justify our costs at the county across both our labor, force account, overtime, materials and supplies, equipment, and contracts and procurement. Additionally, at the project level, extensive documentation is required. I think debris removal is a great example of how much is required. They truly do require photographs of all debris removed, the GPS coordinates of each of the debris that is removed, documentation of final disposal and coordinates of final disposal. So it is an extensive process, as well as obviously all other categories of work, but I think debris stands out. So FEMA program delivery. So again, I bring up this exciting graphic and note that, FEMA public assistance is an ongoing process. Eligible damage amounts change significantly over time. And throughout this process, projects are refined, costs are reviewed, eligibility is determined at multiple levels. And I've seen projects, move back and forth through these different phases. But throughout this process, it is the county who really does have the burden of proof to justify our application for this assistance to FEMA. Two of the phases, because I'm going to mention them again later in the presentation, just to highlight for your information. Phase 2 is really where the county is developing our project applications, and phase 3 is really the primary FEMA review period. So this is a hypothetical disaster that I'm going to walk through in order to demonstrate how costs and damage assessments do change over time throughout this process. So in our hypothetical disaster, in the immediate damage assessment phase, we have public works storm crews out in the field. We're starting to get a very rough idea, based on currently visible damage on what this disaster may look like. This really becomes the basis of starting to determine if we're going to hit some of those thresholds required to request a state or federal declaration. And often our damage assessments at this point are much more narrative. The EOC is activated, we have debris removal and flood fighting ongoing, we have residents displaced, extensive damage to infrastructure. Once we start to get a sense of what the disaster is looking like, we begin our initial damage estimate process. The numbers here are usually across really broad categories. These are just initial numbers. Often, some locations of damage are still inaccessible to the counties. We are usually looking at county-wide numbers, so not just the unincorporated county of Monterey, but at this phase, really looking at how can we bring disaster assistance to all impacted cities or local jurisdictions within Monterey County. And generally, these are truly broad numbers that we are trying to be very reasonable and accurate, but we're also trying to justify an additional assessment by the state and federal government, and we often don't have a good sense of every piece of damage that did occur.
For context, we found that during the January and March storms, we were asked for damage estimates for infrastructure that was still physically underwater that we could not see. So we have to make best guesses.
And so once we do get a federal disaster declaration, that's when the county starts to develop our preliminary list of impacts or our damage inventory. This is really where we shift to that specific unincorporated county damage, really develop a specific list of projects, but even these numbers are also based on estimates. Not all work is completed. We may not have received all invoices, and eligibility has not necessarily been reviewed, and we have not reviewed all of our own documentation at this point. So often this is a shift here of where in our initial phase of messaging is 30 to 40 million in damages countywide, and in this hypothetical disaster we have $24 million in specific unincorporated county public assistance projects. Now, shifting to the project level, and then I just kind of order of magnitude up what this hypothetical disaster would look like. Additional cost refinements are happening throughout this process over time. So these are just 4 hypothetical projects. And so you see when we do that initial damage estimate, we're really, big ground numbers, what we think those projects cost the county. In our initial kind of cost refinement stage, we're finally getting accurate invoicing. We're finally getting estimates from contractors to really develop these out. So you can see in this hypothetical projects, for the countywide debris removal, we had estimated 1.2 million, but our final invoicing totals a little over $1 million. for emergency protective measures around 2 million, and that final invoicing and reporting brings us to 1.4. And then, for example, on road repair B here, the invoices actually brought the cost up significantly from our damage estimate. Then there's usually a second point of cost refinement, and it obviously does not happen in this nice, clean, linear fashion, but where more of the eligibility and documentation is being reviewed. So some costs may not be fully documented and may be removed from projects. FEMA may determine some costs ineligible for their program. Work may be moved around as we refine the categories until we come to final agreed upon project costs with FEMA. And then, of course, there's a 75% reimbursement. So overarchingly, in our hypothetical disaster, we may have had that initial $24 million in estimated costs, but once we do all of the accounting and then take that 75% into account, it's really about $14 million in federal reimbursement. And the reason I think we highlight this hypothetical disaster here is just to show how often, those initial numbers are really become a benchmark, but they're not often truly what this process looks like now years down the road in the recovery process. So now I'm going to talk about the 2023 winter storms, and I think this is a fantastic map from Public Works highlighting both the December and March 2023 winter storms, which truly show the geographic magnitude and impact that these storms had on Monterey County. And I think it really can't be understated how overwhelmed the county was, county staff, and even contractors of the county in responding to the sheer amount of damages in Monterey County. Some additional assumptions, just to highlight before we go into the numbers, is that FEMA public assistance is not the only disaster assistance funds accessed by the county. Insurance, the Federal Highway Administration program are two very large ones, but there's also additional funding, such as I think the CDBG DR funds that have been recently talked about, that the county does access to recover financially from the disaster. And then for simplicity, I'm just going to focus on FEMA public assistance, but California Disaster Assistance Act funds also do augment our reimbursement under FEMA. And then again, as I think I've continued to highlight, these numbers today are just a snapshot in time. Reimbursement is ongoing. The county still seeks to resolve current issues we may be having on specific projects. Other issues may come up. So it really is our best estimates today on what these numbers will look like. And then the state did advance the county $23 million under DR, the March and January 2023 storms. And so those do have to be paid back before the county receives any actual reimbursement. So I'm going to start with DR 4683, the January 23 winter storms. As you can see, we have an estimated $28 million in damages that were submitted for FEMA reimbursement, with a maximum federal obligation on that of $23.5 million. We have about 34 projects, all in various phases, the majority right now in the FEMA review process in phase 3. And we have received about $2 million about $2 million has been obligated, a federal share on this disaster. So to kind of explain the two bars on the bottom, the first bar is showing accounting for what we have already been obligated, how much estimated federal obligation is the county likely to see. And so the low end is looking at, what are current challenges we're having on projects and sort of assuming not a worst case scenario. There are certainly issues that are not accounted here, but if we don't get any reimbursement, not even partial reimbursement on some of those projects, to kind of a high end maximum. So around $16 million to $21.5 million would be that estimating outstanding federal obligation. And then accounting for that state advance of approximately $12 million on this storm event, that would mean the county could see in actual checks for reimbursement a range of $5.5 million to $11 million for this storm event. Now, the March 2023 winter storms, we have about 36 projects. We do have some more projects in earlier project development, and then a lot of projects at that FEMA review level. And again, projects do move backwards and forwards in this process at different points. There's been approximately 29 million submitted in FEMA expenditures. I want to highlight here that this number is an expenditure number to large non-completed projects, so they're not expended, were left out of this total, which is the permanent relocation of the Pajaro sewer force main and the permanent repairs to the Pajaro library, which are having significant eligibility challenges at this point with FEMA. So about $384,000 in federal share has been obligated, and so similar to the last disaster that I just presented, that estimating outstanding federal obligation ranges from about $14.5 million to $21 million, with an outstanding actual reimbursement to the county when accounting the $10 million state advance of around $4 million to $11 million. So I'm now going to talk through two quick examples to highlight some of the challenges we are having with FEMA. So the first project I'm going to talk about is the Pajaro Community Right-of-Way Debris Removal Project. So this is an estimated project cost of about $1.5 million. And the reason I picked this project to bring up is I think we still feel pretty confident that we will be able to work through the process and get reimbursement from FEMA on this project, but I think it highlights some of the administrative struggles that can lead to holdups in reimbursement. So the county on this project took multiple steps to ensure compliance with FEMA requirements. So we had debris monitors who were on site to photograph the debris, to GPS coordinates every debris pile. There were monitors also placed at the landfill to ensure only flood debris was disposed under this project. We separated out commercial debris and offered an alternative option for commercial debris, since typically commercial debris is not FEMA eligible. We also created limited opportunities for unmonitored debris disposal, sometimes to a frustration of the community by not having unlimited dumpsters available, but did provide a debris drop-off site where monitors could verify only flood debris was being disposed. And we also did significant public information to increase debris separation, to ensure debris was visible in a way that we could confirm it was flood debris. And so many of these things were really an attempt to help ensure the eligibility for reimbursement under FEMA, though one can never ensure that. We even had Army Corps monitors show up at one point and said that we had some very impressive debris monitoring in place, and actually some of the typical problems seen with these programs we were able to avoid while also reducing costs through working directly with the landfill in Marina, through working with local contractors. So I think there was a lot of positives here. So why I bring this up is because of how well this was documented. It was actually one of the first projects submitted for FEMA review on the March storms, and it was required to be submitted as a streamlined project application, which is a new fun FEMA policy. Unfortunately, FEMA midstream on this disaster changed their policy around these streamlined project applications, which led to this project being incorrectly withdrawn by FEMA without the permission of the county. And though because it was their error, they did correct this issue, it led to significant delays with the review process. Once back in as a streamlined project application, one thing to note about these is that they don't actually require all invoices be submitted in FEMA's grants portal, but just an invoice summary. So we did receive an RFI to get this, and that sent the project back to that initial project development phase. Those invoices were provided pretty much immediately upon receiving that RFI, but unfortunately, this aligned with the timing of a specific arbitrary FEMA deadline, which they've done a number of times to us throughout these, where they push projects and force them into FEMA's review process and then put them into ineligibility because they've sort of arbitrarily determined they lack documentation. And so this was very unfortunately timed. We have now spent multiple months and had multiple FEMA staff members request the same information and have provided significant documentation, all of the debris logs, all of the invoices, contracts, extensive documents, and unfortunately, to this day, it still remains with FEMA leadership for review if we can just get this back to the place where we started about a year ago. So I think the hope is still that, and no clear ineligibility reason has been provided. So I think this just highlights that very likely by the end of the day, this will be a project we're able to get through the reimbursement process, but that some of these arbitrary administrative rules have really slowed our ability to seek that reimbursement. I'm now going to talk about one more project, which I think is very different in some ways to this one. I really want to highlight more of the eligibility challenges we have had with FEMA. So this is the Pajaro Sewer Force Main relocation. This is about a $1.2 million project. So this project, the Pajaro County Sanitation District Sewer Force Main at Highway 1 was severely damaged by the flood event. In the immediate aftermath of the disaster, Public Works crews worked rapidly to put a very interim solution in place to allow the town to be reoccupied and to keep the sewer system online. I know over 15 plus trucks were hauling sewage around the clock when that initial bypass occurred. This project is the second bypass that occurred to allow the county to keep the system functional and to move that pipe out of the way of the U.S. Army Corps' levee repairs at this site. Though the county has continued to collaborate extensively with FEMA, Cal OES, the U.S. Army Corps, and our federal legislative partners on this project to resolve eligibility concerns, we have not been able to move this project really past that initial phase 2 of project development and have not really been able to, even with all of that collaboration, move the needle on FEMA's opinion on this project. So I think the key eligibility issues that they contest is that this was not the legal responsibility of Monterey County, though I will say the sewer enforcement is owned and operated by the Pajaro County Sanitation District, that the work was under the authority of U.S. Army Corps, and we do have in writing, this was not eligible under the PL 8499 repair program and not under the authority of U.S. Army Corps, that this project was not required to eliminate the immediate threat resulting from the disaster because sewer system services had been restored. And though the immediate temporary bypass had restored sewer services, that was truly an immediate and interim solution, and even in the midterm was not an option for keeping the system online. That because USA's requested this relocation, that it was ineligible. And again, the same points that was critical to keep the sewer system online, but also critical to the county to ensure that repairs to the levee did occur at this site, which if they did not occur would pose a serious threat to the community and critical infrastructure going into the next winter. And that relocation was not eligible as the force main was an unpermitted encroachment. And the location of the force main in the levee actually predates USA's permitting requirements on this item. So though a lot of work has gone into explaining these eligibility concerns, unfortunately, this project remains in the same location that it has for a long time, and the county anticipates fighting in appeals with FEMA about this project. So I think those projects were a good example to highlight some of our challenges, but to speak more generally, at the administrative level, FEMA is highly specific about acceptable documentation, and the county, must maintain very detailed records in order to meet the FEMA public assistance standards. The multiple back-to-back disasters, as seen during the 2023 winter storms, have truly constrained the county's capacity and resources to efficiently collect and submit all of this information for reimbursement, and truly did stretch staff and contractors at the county. Documentation requirements, as highlighted, they do go beyond the standard accounting processes normally used by the county, which does add significant time to project development. Additionally, organizing projects to FEMA specifications requires extensive work to avoid delays and extensive RFIs. And with just so many projects, verifying all of these costs can be quite time consuming. And so at the project level, FEMA's documentation requirements do become even more detailed. The county must be prepared to provide precise data on everything from the dimensions of the damage to GPS coordinates of every debris location that was removed to the exact means and methods used for the construction and repair, which is then compounded by the need to accurately document the pre-disaster condition of infrastructure to ensure compliance. FEMA also has very specific rules about allocation of costs to specific categories, like the A, Bs, and Cs, but often county work is tracked by site, so extensive work has to go into separating out work done at one site into those categories. And then we have had evolving requirements for documentation and consistent guidance on the type and level of documentation needed for different types of projects, leading to confusion and delays. And then lastly, at the programmatic level, there are several levels of review, regulation, and reporting that can be difficult to navigate, leading to frequent communication between the county, state, and FEMA staff. Significant FEMA staff turnover has slowed the process, with each new assigned FEMA staff lead needing to be briefed on the new details of the projects and providing new interpretations and opinions on how documentation is best submitted. The inconsistency often of FEMA's interpretation of its own policies do lead to challenges, as their policies may change from one disaster to another or change during the course of the recovery effort, making it difficult to anticipate what will be reimbursed, and in some cases has led to significant amounts of time being spent on projects that FEMA has later determined to be ineligible. And then lastly, as I noted, multiple arbitrary deadlines have been pushed by FEMA throughout this process, which has made it very difficult. The county, in trying to ensure compliance with these deadlines, will often try to make sure we get as much documentation as possible, so when those projects are pushed forward, they are documented. FEMA will then be frustrated by the quality of the organization, say, of those documents, and then we can't fix and remedy the problem because they're now sort of stuck in this ineligibility limbo. So it continues to require constant communication to get those projects moving forward. So many challenges with this process, and I think, what overall the goal of this presentation is to highlight that the disaster cost recovery process is inherently unpredictable, with no guarantees of reimbursement, and underscoring the need for the county to look proactively at what we can do to develop our own internal financial policies and procedures to support post-disaster recovery. I think regardless of current political climate, there is likely to be a federal disaster paradigm in place. So we did not want to focus this recommendation on meeting exactly the immediate challenges of FEMA, but how can we look more comprehensively at maximizing our reimbursement across a wide range of disaster assistance programs? How can we increase the efficiency of our own response and recovery efforts by reducing costs overall in a disaster, and overall look at strategies for financial resilience in the county. So though these are all just ideas of what our disaster finance working group could look at, the goal is to bring forth a balanced recommendation between how can we improve our FEMA cost recovery efforts while looking more broadly at disaster financial management. And so, in summary, the recommendation today was to receive this very exciting presentation on the FEMA Public Assistance Program, and then direct the County Administrator's Office to create a disaster finance working group to look more broadly at post-disaster financial recovery, and then provide any other direction to staff as appropriate. I will open it up. I know as well staff from Public Works are available on the line to answer specific questions related to Public Works. Thank you.
Great, thank you. A lot of information packed into a brief period of time, and I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward. And this broadly was something that we've been talking about in legislative committee last year, and as it became clearer and clearer that the historical expectation that FEMA reimbursements were not coming in not being returned to the county in the way that we were expecting them or had historically received them. It felt like this was something that we needed to put more focus on. So we did include it as a legislative priority this year, but rather than just having it be something that we've, are kind of talking about when it comes up, if we're using general fund dollars and strategic fund dollars to fund our disaster crisis situations, it did seem to me that we needed to be very outward and open about the impact that has on our county general fund and on our strategic reserve. So thank you for the full detail. We'll open it up to my colleagues, but I just want to say thank you for responding to the request. And I think there'll be more questions that now emerge, but the context and background I think is a great place to start the conversation from. So I saw Supervisor Church with some questions.
Yes, thank you for the detailed task that you have to do when you deal with FEMA. It's obviously not easy, and I'm had some experience, of course, with that with the Pajaro flooding, and as you're showing pictures there, I was going to think I could be having flashbacks, except don't have time for that. We got current flashes going on, so to speak, in Moss Landing. I guess Supervisor Astor is going to address this already about how things have sort of changed on how we deal with FEMA, and I'm really concerned about more changes coming about and perhaps greater delays. And I'm also really concerned as whether the guidelines are going to change even after we submit, and at this point, because they have a great deal of flexibility in what they determine is a disaster cause or is not eligible. And I know the one instance that sticks out in my mind from, I guess it would have been in 2017 storms, and that was when the out in North County along the Elkhorn Slough, the Kirby Park road that's maintained by the county, washed out. And I know Public Works submitted this in for reimbursement, and time passed, and then the county gets a response back saying, "I'm sorry, this is ineligible because the timeline has expired." Well, it expired because FEMA sat on it so long. They exceeded their own timeline, which is sort of the difficulty we have on dealing with this. And it's so critical when there's an emergency for us to be there, and then not to always have that kind of backup from the federal government when they say they're going to do it is really discouraging. And I'm afraid as we go down with some of the changes going about right now, we're going down the next few roads, and as we're seeing, disasters are not uncommon. And there's not one, there's another, and so it's really important that we keep a really strong reserve fund. But I'm just worried that we're going to be facing some disappointments here as we go ahead, as it already takes years and years to respond for them. Do we have a number on? And I saw different numbers here, and I don't know if I missed it or not. What we have applied to currently for FEMA? And do we have an update on that?
At least for the storm events, I believe it was about $28 million for the January winter storms, that would be 75%, and then $29 million under the March winter storms. But again, that did leave out, I think, those two non-completed projects I listed, which I believe the Pajaro Library repair is estimated in the $7 million range, and the Force Main permanent relocation is $4 to $8 million range. I think there's still, so those were not included in this presentation since they have not been expended by the county since that work has not been completed, but our hope is still to seek out a reimbursement from FEMA for those projects. But I anticipate, based on the eligibility challenges with both of those projects, that they will both be very difficult to move forward in the process.
And that seems like it's about 61 to 65 million when I added that up. Do we have everything we received now from the 2017 and then the what was that, 2020 or 2019 fires? I can't remember what date they were now at this point, but
16 fires. 2020 fires.
2020.
We do have one appeal still pending a FEMA review on the first appeal for the 2020 fires. I think it's been there for now over a year, so their timelines do not apply to themselves. And I would probably need, if Randy Ishii is on the call, to speak more to the 2017 storms.
Thank you on that, and I think that's probably all my questions, but thanks for your great work. You guys are always there when we need it, and I know we're going to need you more too. Thanks.
Supervisor Daniels?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. My questions are specific to the issue of county resources and the capacity to get us through this process that you describe is incredibly cumbersome, and get us through the process so we don't lose the opportunity for reimbursement. So if Mr. Ishii does speak, it would be great to hear. I'm thinking specifically of projects from the 2017 storm that I know they haven't been completed. My question would be whether or not that means we've lost the ability to get a FEMA reimbursement for that project. I'm thinking of Paula Colorado Canyon Road, and I think there's 11 washouts still from the 2017 storms. My other questions are about the working group, and specifically, who do you envision would be on this working group? And it seems like it would be a very good idea, but just curious who would sit on that group. And then when you talk about the issues you've had with eligibility and reimbursement, have you been able to seek out some support from our congressional representatives to help through those obstacles?
So I can take at least the second two, and then I'll see if Randy is available for 2017. So in terms of membership on the working group, I think we would imagine obviously the county administrator's office, budget office, as well as the contracts purchasing. Additionally, public works, I think multiple layers will be a very important role, as well as our office, and then the auditor controller's office. In addition to likely some finance managers from departments who do participate pretty regularly. Off the top of my head, I would think the Department of Social Services, the Water Resources Agency, and possibly the Health Department would be some of the key folks to really have some of these discussions with. And then in terms of your second question, we have reached out on a few projects through the federal legislative paths, I think, both on some of our struggles with the deadlines being pushed by FEMA, and on the levy-related projects like the sewer force main one I talked about. Unfortunately, though, I think those efforts, were still very worthwhile and a worthwhile endeavor. For the most part, they just resulted in high-level FEMA leadership having, a few meetings with the county to hear out the struggles, but not necessarily changing their opinion as it existed before those efforts.
I will also say engagement from our congressional delegates seem to have frustrated FEMA Region 9 leadership.
And I don't know if Randy wants to speak at all on the 27th.
Let's hold off on those detailed questions for specifics, but let's, any other broader questions? Okay.
I just have a comment. First of all, thank you for the presentation. When the Office of Emergency Management brought up needing some additional resources, I think we all recognized that having some more support staff to deal with all the intricacies, all the details, all the requirements that FEMA asks, really goes a long way. But even when we do that, your presentation is showing us, I think FEMA is failing at its mission. And it's not a partisan thing. What you presented here was under the previous administration. Yes, I think it's going to get worse. But the failure at FEMA isn't a partisan thing. It has existed for some time, not only for our county, but counties and cities throughout California and across the country. If you can get the Pajaro right-of-way debris removal approved. What can you get approved, right? After such a horrendous natural disaster. So I don't want to have this be a ranting session, even though FEMA deserves every bit of that. But I think all we can do as professionals from the county level, as staff, is to put our best effort forward so that there is no excuses from FEMA, that we did everything possible to give them all they needed, to advocate on behalf of our county, to circle in with our federal legislators. That's all we can do. At some point, we got to say we gave it our best try, but FEMA, for whatever reasons, is just taking a position of denying as many of these valid claims as possible. And I think that's what our public wants to know. Did we do everything possible? And I want our response to be a very clear yes. The County of Monterey and all our team, everybody involved, all the departments that were just mentioned, we did everything possible to advocate and to prove that these cost merited a reimbursement from FEMA, but unfortunately they're just denying many of these all over the place. So that's what I wanted us to be very clear on moving forward. And I think having all of you provide these procedures, create this committee, whatever we can do to give us the best chance, that's what I want us to do. Because it is only going to become even more important over the next 4 years to do that, and even then that might not be enough. And I just wanted us to be frank. But if every time you come before us and tell us yes, we did everything possible, even when they denied, we kept pushing it. I think that's all we can do. And I think at the end of the day, I think this does merit a continued conversation with our federal legislators, that something needs to be obviously fixed. And hopefully Congress members and U.S. senators from both sides of the aisle will recognize that FEMA needs a serious overhaul, and that resources it's allocated, it should be granted for the purpose of reimbursing these very projects. Wiped out infrastructure, the damage of cleanups from small businesses and homes. For me, that's infuriating to still see that after all your best efforts, they still won't even approve what seems so obvious. Thank you, though.
Thank you. I have a few more comments and questions. Let's open it up to public comment, though, first, to see if there's any questions, comments from the public. I'm not seeing anyone in chambers. Do we have anyone online? Randy has his hand up. Okay. I'm going to ask my questions, and we'll go to Randy, and then we can come back again. So as we move forward, I think a handful of thoughts. So if we are dealing with a paradigm shift in terms of increasing number of disasters, increasing costs, that we are now effectively relying on our strategic reserve to backfill in live time, and then not receive FEMA reimbursement at the rates that we need and have expected to receive FEMA reimbursements. I think we need to have a better system of tracking, and so that the board and our public and our workforce understands what those costs are, so that we are all on the same page, rather than saying we're going to take money out of strategic reserve because it's necessary to keep the health and public safe during a disaster, with the expectation that we will then submit for FEMA reimbursement. We need a chance and the ability to come back to the table and say, okay, that was a $7 million, that was a $3 million. What do we realistically expect to get back? And what we don't realistically expect to get back, what's our plan to backfill it? What's our plan to now fill the strategic reserve back if it's not going to be coming from FEMA? We're now talking about needing to use general fund dollars, and those are general fund dollars that are no longer available to pay our workforce fair wages. Those are general fund dollars that are no longer available for critical capital improvement projects that the county has ongoing needs for. Those are general fund dollars that are no longer available for infrastructure maintenance and upkeep within the existing county. And rather than finding ourselves in a situation where we don't have the funds available to maintain, at budget season, at budget time, to meet all of those needs, because we've spent down our strategic reserve and have to use general fund to refill it, I think we need to be really upfront about where those dollars are going and why we don't have those dollars available. So just budget issue that we need to be, I think, more transparent about as we move forward. The other question that I think the budget committee and just our budget team, we need to be, I think, have a very real conversation about is, if this is the new paradigm and the new reality, is our strategic reserve enough to account for the expectations that we're now placing on it? We've spent our strategic reserve down significantly again and again and again. We're not refilling it back to where we say we should be filling it. I don't think we ever intended for the strategic reserve to be used in the way that we're using it. Thank goodness it's there, but is it enough if it's now going to be used in this way? Do we need an emergency reserve that's separate for these types of disasters that we don't have, that we're anticipating the need to have emergency funds available for crisis management? So that's a question that I'm gonna, I think, bring back to the budget committee. And then the other question that I have, and I appreciate the two projects or the two disaster crises that we have listed here, but and I think this is a question we asked in legislative committee, but it's hard for us when we're going to talk to our legislators to say, or our colleagues even, to say, hey, we know we have FEMA reimbursements listed as one of our legislative priorities in our legislative platform. But if I'm not able to sit in a meeting and say, we have seven events that are outstanding at a total of this amount of money that's outstanding, with a total of this number of projects that are outstanding, with a total of, I don't have that data. And as many times as we've asked for that data, it's not been, I think, provided in a regularly updated way to us. And I hear that being, you're asking for that data about the 2020 storms. We're asking about that data, in different formats. So I think the Ledge Committee needs that data so that the Ledge Committee can go do the work that it's doing. Whether it's, Chair Lopez taking that back to RCRC, we're not the only ones struggling with FEMA. This is an issue that CSAC is dealing with. This is an issue that NACO has prioritized. This is an issue that counties across the country are struggling with and fighting for. But if we're not able to show up with concrete, specific examples of what this means for my community, when I show up and I say, we've spent $100 million over the past 3 years through 7 major disaster declarations, and we have 200 projects that have been denied, and that means that I'm not able to pay my workforce fair wages, and my unions are upset. Those are very clear examples that I'm not able to tell that story. So I think that's what I'm looking for, is more of that specific data. And I think we need it for Ledge Committee, we need it in Budget Committee, and the board as a whole needs to be transparent with our public about why we don't have general fund dollars available to spend on the things that the public expects us to have general fund money to spend on. So having said that, I'm going to take it to Sonia, then we'll go to Randy, and then we'll bring it back.
I do want to touch on there, and this is something that we shared previously with your board on January 8th, I believe. We sent a table that Kelsey had shared, and I just forwarded it to you, Kelsey, just so you have it on top of your emails. And that did include the FEMA reimbursements amount. This goes back to the 2019 winter storm, and from there goes forward. And then we had 2020 COVID, 2020 wildfires, 2023 January winter storms, 2023 March winter storms, and then 2024 February winter storms. And from that, we had possible eligible damage amount at $95 million. And the low-end reimbursement that was being considered, that estimate was $45 million. The maximum would have been $79 million at that time. The obligated federal share was at $11 million. And so I just want to note, in terms of the use of the strategic reserve, we are only using it in instances where we have a declared emergency. Much of those dollars have gone to roads or larger infrastructure type of projects. We do also have the contingency fund that is a portion of our total budget, which ends up being approximately 8 million. We have been chipping away at the strategic reserve because of the multiple projects, including most recently almost 10 million that we provided to Public Works in order to be able to do some of the work related to these different storms. When we're responding to an emergency, we respond to the emergency, and in instances where we could seek federal reimbursement, we certainly do that. We were very lucky that the state provided us with California disaster assistance pretty quickly when we were going through the 2023 storms. But I think also being very cautious of in the way that we respond. The strategic reserve is meant for those type of emergencies. When we place them there, we have to meet certain specifications in order to be able to draw down dollars from there. And then we have this 5-year timeline to replenish those dollars. So that's one piece. The contingency similarly has been used for different resources, especially in 2023. We used it for rental assistance. We used it for other programs, including, I believe, interpreting. And this year, we're also using it for interpreting as well. But I think, just taking a closer look at the reality that we are probably not going to be reimbursed as quickly as we could be. Our neighbors to the north experienced that they had to take out a bond in order to be able to go through their budget. We have been allocating dollars. Just last year, we allocated $36 million in one allocation to the strategic reserve, and then we had to turn around and use it because we had another emergency, and then just the reality that we're having large emergencies year after year. So I think maybe just taking a look at that, and just, although we want to be reimbursed from FEMA, it takes a very, very long time, and I got here in 2023, we still had outstanding from 2016, 2017. And so that's how long it's been. So we've been very diligent about watching that. And as able, we are pouring money into it because it's all one-time dollars, of course. But through our budget team, we will continue to watch that very cautiously.
So we'll go to Supervisor Daniels and then to Randy.
Yeah, I just want to clarify my question before Mr. Ishii answers it, because I'm not asking specifically about a 2017 project. I'm asking about what I thought this presentation was addressing, which is that there is a disparity between available county resources and the capacity needed to effectively or efficiently collect and submit information for reimbursement. So what I want to know about is, are we missing out on the opportunity for reimbursement simply because the capacity is not there to go through the process, right? So what at the time in 2017 was a $10 million project is now, I think, a lot more, and it was eligible for reimbursement, but because of the issue you're talking about today, we couldn't even go through the process and get the reimbursement. And so that's my question. It's not about having to dip into other resources because we don't get it. We never even got the chance to get it because we don't have the capacity as a county, if I understand correctly, to go through the process, to devote the resources to the process, and actually even find out if we're going to get the ultimate reimbursement. We already know we're eligible.
Yep. I agree and understand your question. We are our program, even in its new infancy, was not set up to respond to the mass inundation of administration and bureaucracy that is currently placed upon us as a result of the most recent federal disasters. We've had at least one per year over the last decade. The FEMA Public Assistance Program was not intended for this frequency of disasters, and nor was our office or the new department established to be able to meet those demands. I like to think of it as a bit like discovery. We often get buried in requests for documentation. An example would be they've asked for the diameter of every tree that was felled in the middle of the night, in the middle of the road, in flood scenarios. And so we're doing our best to respond to those documentation requests, but we need to look at a different strategy for how we pursue reimbursement. At this juncture, we have leveraged a contract with a consultant to assist us in that documentation gathering, but that still takes a significant amount of effort and places a burden on our office to manage the consultant, also to pull together information that they don't have access to, for instance, timesheets. So every timesheet of every disaster service worker and a description of what they did that day. And so we are doing our best to meet the demands, but we do need to reevaluate our strategy on how we pursue cost recovery.
And let's go to Randy.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Root, Askew, members of the board. Staff wishes to add to Director Scanlon's response to the keen questions asked by Supervisor Daniels and by Supervisor Church. Every storm, every disaster has a level of uniqueness. And the large scale ones, such as in 2017 and in 2023, bared their own degrees of uniqueness as well as their challenges. When they become large scale disaster events, we have two challenges in terms of resources. One are the physical resources and one are the financial resources. Speaking first to your point, Supervisor Daniels, with regards to the resources there during the 2017 event and as they compare it to 2023, a lot of it, as we see as staff, are changes and evolutions that have occurred in the FEMA procurement process and the FEMA's interpretation of the rules, using the example of measuring the diameter of a felled tree during the middle of the night that's blocking the road, blocking the ambulance, and our road crews are trying to measure the diameter of this tree while trying to move the tree out of the way to make the road safe for the motoring public and the general public once again. So, and that's a newer requirement that we have not experienced in past events. And so there's these changes that occur impact that capacity for getting that ultimate upper limit of the reimbursement amounts through the FEMA disaster recovery process, disaster assistance process. In the 2017 example with Paula Colorado Road, that was another example of having a large scale disaster event where physical resources are stretched thin, as well as financial resources, of which the resources available at the time have been expended, and the disaster event then in January and February of 2017 had a cost estimate somewhere around just south of $60 million to Monterey County alone. And in the unique condition and situation of Paula, Colorado was that the intermediate site at milepost 3 over the course of that entire 8-mile length of the road, the midway point was cut off to the further inland area that led to the Pico Blanco Boy Scout camp as well as other properties back there. So the intermediate site needed to be fixed first before it could be fully discovered and investigated as to the extent of damages further in, where it was now safe for the staff as well as consultants to get back there. And it was at that point in time we're going through the FEMA process. There's other things involved with the FEMA process besides the challenge of measuring and documenting where materials go. There's also regulatory requirements that come into play. One of those is the environmental and historic preservation, or ECHO Hotel Papa process that's part of the FEMA reimbursement process itself. That introduces a new challenge with the requirements for additional biological study, environmental review, historic review, through both the state's CEQA process and the national NEPA process, since they are federal dollars. So that introduces a much longer timeline challenge and complexity to a project. So speaking of Colorado Road, it involved needing to do a higher environmental review. And here, as we approach the 8-year mark for when the disaster occurred to where we are today, there's still a great funding gap on that project where, as you had pointed out, Supervisor Daniels, the price on it has gone up. It's closer now to a $17 million price range, and the obligation for FEMA is a much smaller dollar figure. Thus, staff has been looking at every avenue available from a state and federal level for other grant funding opportunities that could pair up with the FEMA obligation and address that funding gap for that total cost of the project. And we've applied for a newer less known grant, and we're hopeful to hear results on that here in the next few months. Going to Supervisor Church's question, which is tangential to the previous question. With regards to 2017 damages, with the board's approval of adopting the plans and specifications today for the Viejo Road disaster, which is a 2017 event, that one will soon be underway for construction. And that would leave only the Palo Colorado road repairs from milepost 4 to milepost 7.4 approximately as the remaining 2017 project. And going back to the other points about the 2017 projects as a whole, there were some that it took the federal regulators so long to get back to staff on what those environmental and historic preservation requirements might be, or there were cases where the requirements were so challenging that it nearly changed the scope of the entire project to be even more challenging than the repair process itself. In many cases, staff found different ways to address and abate the immediate hazard for the public, and so those projects are now no longer going to be pursued. And so with that, staff is working very closely with the Department of Emergency Management staff, as well as Cal OES staff, to see if those funds can be reapportioned and reappropriated back to other disaster events the county has had. So it's a very complicated process. Resources are key to being able to address disaster events, both in the very immediate state of emergency response to now the recovery effort years later. And so it's a challenge of both physical available resources for contractors and staff, as well as the availability of financial resources.
Great. Thank you so much.
We're good with questions.
For the additional information. Okay. Any other questions from the board, comments from the board? There's a recommendation to receive the presentation and create a disaster finance working group out of the CAO's office. I would ask that we also direct the budget committee to receive full detail about all of the outstanding FEMA updates, and so that we have that information publicly available, and to maybe scrutinize a little bit more about how we can think about our financial policies specific to ensuring that we're prepared for.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you. Prepared for future disasters, if that was clear.
Yeah, and this is a good time. I know Supervisor Lopez is doing Capitol Hill visits with RCRC. I'm doing mine on Thursday and Friday with the CSAC executive officers, so we'll make sure to raise this as well. So it couldn't come as a perfect time for an issue that's very, very pressing for all California counties.
Yeah. All right. We did public comment, so all in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes, and we'll look forward to getting a more detailed update at the next budget committee, and we'll make sure that information gets shared amongst the board so that information continue to find its way out. Thank you for the information presentation, and we'll move on to other board matters. We have item 15, referral matrix, new referrals. Looks like we have, I'll pass it to you, Sonia.
Sorry about that. We do have a new referral from Supervisor Church, and this is related to the Pajaro Sanitation District, and this is a rebate that would be coming forward for your board's review. This is a new referral, so the report will be forthcoming from our team at Public Works. And this would be related to non-residential. Numbers, yeah.
And then it looks like the next one is referral responses for item number 16. Is that, oh, we've got Kelly. Oh, Kelly. Hi, Kelly.
I'm here. I
Kelly Donlin. Oh, you're, okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and Board. Kelly Donlin, Chief Assistant County Counsel. I'm here to provide a preliminary response to Supervisor Alejo's referral concerning a fracking ban ordinance. So the referral states that it's in response to AB 3233, which enacted Public Resources Code Section 3106.1. What this new section does is it permits local cities and counties to adopt ordinances prohibiting oil and gas operations or to impose regulations that are more stringent than state law. This new section became effective on January 1 of this year and was in response to the Measure Z litigation, which I'll discuss in just a minute. Overall, as I detailed in my staff report, an ordinance banning fracking is not necessary because the portions of Measure Z that ban fracking remain in place today. So to provide more detail for the public on the history here, on November 8th, 2016, the Monterey County voters approved Initiative Measure Z, which prohibited 3 different things. The first was the prohibition against well stimulation treatments, including fracking. The second, a prohibition for drilling new oil and gas wells. And the third, a prohibition for any oil or gas wastewater injection or wastewater impoundment. Measure Z effectuated these 3 different prohibitions by adding language to the 2010 General Plan, the Local Coastal Plan, and the Fort Ord Master Plan. In 2016, in response to this, numerous lawsuits were filed against the county over Measure Z. Eventually, the trial court found that the prohibitions on wastewater injection and impoundment and the drilling of new oil and gas wells was preempted by state law. Importantly, the trial court dismissed plaintiffs' actions as to the fracking ban on ripeness and standing grounds, and the plaintiffs did not appeal that portion of the trial court's decision. The state law preemption issue was appealed to both the 6th District Court of Appeal and the California Supreme Court, and both of those courts upheld the trial court's decision on the state preemption issue. So given this detailed litigation history, the portions of Measure Z prohibiting fracking remain in place. No board action is necessary to amend the general plan or the Fort Ord Master Plan. HCD will need to make these changes. Basically, they need to reflect these changes online for our general plan and the Fort Ord Master Plan, but no formal action is necessary from you all or anyone else. Measure Z also amended the Local Coastal Plan, which is made up of 4 different plans: North County, Big Sur, Carmel Land Use, and the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. These amendments to those 4 different plans do require formal action. They require certification by the California Coastal Commission. This has not yet been done, but HCD staff will submit a final local action notice to Coastal Commission staff so that these amendments can be agendized for Coastal Commission consideration of certification. I believe Craig Spencer from HCD is also on Zoom if you have any questions for him on his piece in this process. But that concludes my preliminary report, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you for the information, and we'll make the referral.
Yeah, and the reason I think the intent here was to codify was what was included in Measure Z, because from my reading of the original ruling, I think from Judge Wills, I believe it was, they didn't rule on that issue because they said there was no fracking taking place and there were no plans to do so, so it wasn't ruled upon. And I think that was then inserted, almost similar language, in the California Supreme Court ruling. So for me, it's like one of those, it's not clear. It's one of those untested issues that the court basically held off on providing any analysis on, because he said since it was kind of a moot issue, because up until there's an application to do that, or if it was being done, there's no need to rule on it. So the intent here was to codify that portion of Measure Z by a board action, which I don't think would be controversial because the vote is already approved. I think it's pretty straightforward. It wouldn't be too difficult. But yeah, I think it was in the what was it? I came in on 2017, so I think it was 2014. I think I put it in the referral when the board contemplated taking action and they voted 3-2 not to. I don't want us to not do that. I think this is one of those simple issues that we could simply put it in an ordinance, the board vote on it, and it's action by this board that basically reaffirms what was approved in Measure Z as well.
I think that's definitely in the board's discretion, but as I said in my presentation, it is in our general plan now. It's in the Fort Ord Master Use Plan, and then it also will be upon consideration by the Coastal Commission on our local coastal plan, which are kind of above our code in the hierarchy of laws for the county. But if it's the board's will, we can certainly write an ordinance and codify it in the code in addition to those other places.
Exactly.
In our regulations.
And that's what I would ask from my colleagues. It is, like I said, I don't see it as a controversial issue anymore, but the fact that the previous board was unwilling to do that, I think this board could take that simple action by then codifying it as well. And I'm glad to hear that it's also being incorporated into these other important documents as well that will make clear the county's position moving forward on this issue.
All right, thank you. We'll go to my colleagues. We'll start with Church and then Daniels.
Just very brief question, basically. I mean, doing some action on this it's not, I'm trying to see, is it weaken? Is there a potential of weakening or strengthening what we have? Or in your opinion, it's like there's no effect. Now, I understand what Supervisor Alejo is saying is that there's something potential door opening somewhere.
In our opinion, we're covered. It's in our general plan. Once the Coastal Commission certifies, it will be in our coastal plan, and there will be that ban, that language. And I attached the Measure Z language. It adds land use plan policy 1.21, for instance, and it lays out what is banned. If we prepare an ordinance, it'll take staff time to prepare the ordinance, we'll return, and we will need to do environmental review on that ordinance. I'm not saying that needs to be detailed, but it's going to require staff time. To do that, I think, is probably a belt and suspenders approach so that it's all there. But I don't think it's necessary, given that those provisions of Measure Z remain where I've detailed.
Thanks.
I hate to do this. My husband had a medical appointment this afternoon, which means I'm on for child pickup. So I will need to be in the car shortly. And so I'm so sorry. And so we'll try to maybe get through this as quickly as possible. If not, council can let me know what situation we're in terms of our quorum and things like that. Being very familiar with the Coastal Act, I would be comfortable if this is, once this goes and is approved and adopted by the Coastal Commission, that in the coastal zone, there's nothing higher legislatively in terms of that authority. That would be that's state law, essentially. And then in terms of what you've said about the general plan and feeling confident that it would be banned, that's comforting to me, though, Supervisor Alejo, I certainly hear what you're suggesting and what this would do in terms of just not making the same mistake that the previous board did however many years ago in sort of not banning fracking and it leading to years of this effort that has ultimately succeeded with Measure Z. So, I'm comfortable sticking where we're at right now and with council's recommendation. And I feel like if it's in our general plan and it'll be in our local coastal program, that it's where it needs to be. But I'll take my colleagues' direction in terms of where they want to go with this.
Great, thanks. Let's open it up to public comment. I know Dr. Solorio has been waiting patiently. You got to see our whole board in action all afternoon.
With the SLU, so it was very informative. Good afternoon, Supervisors Rudasky, Alejo, Church, and Daniels. My name is Dr. Laura Solorio, President of Protect Monterey County, which introduced Measure Z in 2016 in Monterey County. Fortunately for our county, we have a strong anti-fracking initiative, which was approved by the voters. It can only be removed by the voters in the future if somebody wanted to do that, which would be very difficult. I appreciate County Council's review of the proposed ordinance and the referral to the California Coastal Commission for certification and the amendments to the Fort-Ord Master Plan. Protect Monterey County. Since 2016, we supported AB 3233, prioritizing community choice on safety and environmental issues, which was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom. I spoke at the Assembly Natural Resources Committee with Assemblymember Addis, and and joined her at the rally on August 26th in front of the state capitol. With minutes left in the 2024 California State Legislative Session, AB 3233 passed. The hard work of Assemblymember Addis, Senator John Laird in the Senate, Monterey County Supervisors, 2 of which are here, who wrote letters in support of AB 3233, and many residents of Monterey County and environmental organizations across the state made this happen, so that now, if we were to introduce the entire Measure Z, it could pass. We look forward to working with you in the future to protect Monterey County for future generations. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online for public for public comment? Pardon me. Seeing no hands. Okay. Do you see a hand? We do see it. Is Margie K online? Yep. Thank you, Sonia. Margie K.
Thank you. I just want to thank Dr. Solorio and support what she said. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Anyone else on online for public comment? Okay. No more hands up. All right, good. Don't want to miss anyone. Okay. So I guess my I appreciate the referral, and I guess I remain a little bit confused as to the intentionality or where we're sort of at, given the analysis by staff and the previous communication that we've received from the residents who initiated Protect Monterey County and Measure Z. It seems that if we were going to take further action, I would want to take that action knowing that the full support of the residents who initiated the Measure Z work was on board with that, and it doesn't sound like maybe that has all happened. So, I'm comfortable. I think we do need to codify, as you've outlined. I'm comfortable taking that action 100% and making sure that we have everything in place. I think in some of the previous communication from Protect Monterey County, there was interest in looking at continuing to take further protections of our environmental assets here in Monterey County. And so I think that if we want to take advantage of the new legislation that Don Addis has put forward, if we want to look at referral to that's working in partnership with the community organizers who've been doing the work to understand where the desires are, I would be supportive of a referral towards that effort. But I think right now it sounds like we're in good shape and we've got a lot of stuff on our plate. So unless I'm hearing otherwise that we need to take action further, which I'm not. Supervisor Church?
I guess I'm for whatever we can do to keep fracking from happening here. I don't want to use up precious staff time, and that's why I'm unclear on really where I'm standing on this, because if there is any advantage to going ahead, I'm willing to do that. But
the Monterey County Code has to be consistent with the general plan and the local coastal plan.
Right.
So if any ordinance we would write would have to mirror the changes in those documents that are basically above them. They're the Constitution of the county. And Measure Z requires that these things be done.
Okay.
So we do have instances where there's things in the general plan and in the code, but usually it's more specific items in the code, kind of under the umbrella of what the requirement is in the general plan, for instance. And I don't know that that's necessary here, but that's up to the board to give that direction.
Okay.
I would just say that it's not going to take a lot of time. I would even draft it. It's because it's going to be a very short document, and that could just and if there needs to be any cross references, you just reference those documents in anything. And I get it's probably 2 to 3 hours at most worth of research time. There's no CEQA review. Just it's a negative declaration that gets done because it's a very narrow issue. And when you actually look at the Supreme Court decision, it said, I put it in the referral for that very reason. It said the fracking is not an issue here, so there's no analysis at all of any constitutionality, takings or otherwise, because it says the quote unquote the Supreme Court decision of 2023 said it's not an issue here because none of the plaintiffs use or have any plans to use such methods, and that was the extent of their analysis on that portion of Measure Z, because basically it was a non-issue at that point in time. So I'm just trying to say the intent here was to make it clear by board action that fracking is not to be used, and it should not be an issue of, oh, it's going to cause more work. It's not a lot of work. We just put the cross references to the different land use plans, and then it's probably not even a one-page document. It's simple for me. If the board decides not to, that's the board's prerogative. But again, this would be a new board punting it down and not wanting to take in a formal vote when I think we've come to a point where I think it's a non-issue, not a controversial issue as it once was.
So I think where I'm uncomfortable with this situation is it feels like there's a weird game of politics being played, and I'm not quite sure what the agendas are. So I'm just going to say what I feel like is happening here, and so I guess that's where I'm confused at, and so I
think it's entirely up to the board whether you want to direct staff to do an ordinance or not.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm not hearing that there's support right now, and then unless we hear, and so I guess I'll just leave it at. And when I hear the community who supported, when I hear Protect Monterey County and the community who supported Measure Z showing up, that's when I'm going to be comfortable standing up and saying yes, I'm going to support this.
There could be a motion for direction at this point.
If I could interject, what we could do, depending on where the board goes with this, is report back after the Coastal Commission considers the land use plan amendments.
I think that's a great plan.
That's great, and also Supervisor Lopez in here, so, so if we could wait until after that and see what happens there, I'm fine with that too.
The HCD staff can only submit 2 FLANs, is the abbreviation, per year. And I believe they've already submitted 1. So at their next package, I think this can be included, but it won't be immediate because they have to be mindful of how many times they're submitting to the Coastal Commission staff. So
okay, so if you're comfortable with that, Supervisor Alejo, are we comfortable with that action? Do we need clear direction? Would you give?
I think with that, we have clear direction.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Take care.
And we have a quorum. We're good.
Yep. All right. Okay, so moving right along, we did public comment on the referrals. We'll move to officer comments.
I'll be very brief. Just want to let folks know that we are in budget preparation mode, very, very much so. Next week, departments will be submitting their budgets. We have an elected official and department head budget workshop that'll follow. And then we have the budget workshop with the board in March as well, and then we have budget hearings scheduled in May. So as we go forward, we'll be hearing back from departments initially through the CAO's office and then eventually at the Board of Supervisors level. So just we're continuing to move towards we're expecting to be a difficult budget year. And also just want to again recognize our workforce. They're extraordinary every day, and this just happens to be a recognition in early March, but we know that they're doing extraordinary work, so just want to make sure that we, again, thank everybody for the work that's being done.
Excellent. And then board comments. We'll start with Supervisor Alejo.
Oh, thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, I'm heading out tomorrow morning to fly to NACO as we have Capitol Hill visits. That includes with Congressmembers Lofgren and Panetta and others. And then the conference starts on Saturday, and I'm there till Monday. But I want to also really commend all our partners who helped us with our Greenfield Immigration Rights Forum. We had about 350 people attend. We had 70 one-on-one consultations through our volunteer attorneys. We had, I think, 10 attorneys to show up and help us out. And then we passed out about 200 family caregiver packets to the residents. So I want to give a great shout out to Greenfield Unified School District, their superintendent, Cortez, and then also the South Monterey County High School District. That was also an important partner as well. And we're now moving towards Pajaro now, and that's going to be Thursday of next week, March 6th, and we are flyering at Assumption Church after the masses. We got a green light from Father Victor, and the father from St. Patrick Church in Watsonville has also agreed to have his church volunteers do all the flyering and red card distribution for all their masses. So that helped us out to not have to worry recruiting volunteers for there. So we're going to go for this Sunday, and then we did a site visit yesterday to work out all the logistics with the Pajaro Valley School District at Pajaro Middle School yesterday. So we look forward to both of those. And so I want to thank the superintendent of Pajaro Valley Unified for being a great partner with us. Thank you.
And Supervisor Church.
Sure. I appreciate Supervisor Alejo's organizing this forum. He's been doing it up and down the county. It's important, and really, grateful for what he's doing for that, and we'll be there on March 6th as well for myself. Let me see here. I do have on March 13th my first town hall of the year for the Oak Hills Town Hall, but it's actually at the North County Recreation and Parks District's facility. That's between 6 to 7. 6 to, I don't have my time here on exactly when it ends, but but it starts at 6, let's say that. I also want to point out that a couple things in Salinas. There's a Baranda Road Congestion Relief Project meeting 6 to 7 p.m. at 2100 McKinnon and held by the city of Salinas. There, and actually on Saturday, March 8th, there's going to be at Northridge a meet and greet with the Monterey Bay Football Club players at Northridge Mall near Starbucks, 3 to 5, and there's a chance to meet some pro soccer players, get some new season merchandise. And I think that pretty much wraps it up here for the next couple weeks. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. My team the District 4 team attended the CSUMB annual All Black Gala, which celebrates Black history and aims to create a sense of community for Black students and area residents. There were several honorees this year, including the Monterey County Black Caucus, who we honored earlier today with a resolution. And my next Wednesdays with Wendy will be held on March 12th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. We'll be live on Zoom and Facebook. My special guest will be Randy Ishii talking about public works in Monterey County. So everyone's welcome to join us and learn more about county public works. I will also be headed to DC. We've got, I think, a whole contingent of folks for the National Association of Counties Conference. I'm really excited that one of our former interns, Fatima Shradi, will be joining me as a shadow this time. She's currently attending Cal State Berkeley, looking to study pre-law, and I was really excited about the chance to visit DC for the first time, and I'm excited to. Oh, sorry, Berkeley. Yeah,
Berkeley.
Sorry.
You said Cal State.
I said Cal State. I did. You're right.
Gotta get it right.
UC. Okay, thank you. UC Berkeley. Anyway, looking forward to that, and I'm really looking forward, I think, to hearing some of the conversations with some of our colleagues from around the country to compare their experiences this past month and to understand how some of the federal actions are impacting communities that are different from ours, and also to be able to share our experiences here with communities and leaders who may not have similar demographics to ours, so that they can hear directly from us the challenges that we're facing. So I'll look forward to hearing how my colleagues' experience is and bring our experience back. I think finally, we are going to adjourn our meeting today. We have readout from closed session first. Okay, I almost skipped you, Susan.
No problem.
Okay, County Council, pass it over to County Council.
No reportable action from closed session.
Well, that was easy. All right. With that, we will adjourn in memory today, adjourn in memory of Martha Lilium Celis. This is Diego's mother, and I'm going to ask my colleague, Supervisor Luis Alejo, to make some comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We're putting her photo up on the screen. Colleagues and our members of the public, today it is with a heavy heart that we are adjourning in memory of Marta Lilium Celis, the mother of our esteemed interpreter, Diego Celis. She was born on March 3rd, 1928 in Colombia and passed away on January 30th, 2025 at the amazing age of 96 in Morgan Hill, California. Marta Lilium Celis was the oldest of 4 children. She studied accounting and typing in Colombia so she could get a job to help support her mother and her 3 siblings. Marta Lilium Celis married her husband, Elias Celis, in 1953 and had 3 children of their own, Marta Maria, Diego, and Elias Humberto. But in 1959, her husband tragically passed away at a young age. In 1969, Marta Lilium Celis had to make the toughest decision in her life to immigrate from Colombia to Rochester, New York, with her sister, leaving her children behind with their grandmother because she couldn't make ends meet. In 1970, she brought her children, Marta Maria and Diego, to live with her in Rochester, New York, and it was the happiest day she could have ever imagined. Throughout her career, Mrs. Celis worked as an administrative assistant for Bausch & Lomb and had a technical degree in accounting, but her greatest joy was being able to raise and spend time with her family. Today, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors adjourns its meeting in memory of Marta Lilium Celis to honor her amazing life and legacy, reflecting her faith, resilience, and love she shared with so many throughout her remarkable life. We are providing a celebration of life proclamation for her family. And to Diego, we want to say that your mother was an amazing woman, and we are expressing our deepest condolences to you and her family. May she rest in peace. Que descanse en paz. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And that we're adjourned, I guess. Thank you.